In 1875, a Protestant pastor's son was born in the Swiss village of Keswil, who would spend the next 85 years mapping a territory that most of his contemporaries insisted did not exist. Carl Gustav Jung was not, in the end, a psychologist in any ordinary sense of the word. He was a cartographer of the interior, a man who believed, and spent a lifetime demonstrating, that beneath the thin surface of the conscious mind lies an ocean of psychic life so vast, so ancient, and so structured that the self we call I is little more than an island rising from water it cannot see and has never sounded. He knew this, not because he theorized it. He knew it because he lived it. From childhood, Jung experienced what he would later describe in his autobiography as two distinct personalities inhabiting him simultaneously. Personality number one was the rational schoolboy. Dutiful, socially legible, capable of navigating the ordinary world of other people. Personality number two was something of an entirely different order. An ancient, knowing inner figure who seemed to belong to a different century entirely, who regarded the concerns of ordinary life with serene, impersonal distance, and who possessed a certainty that the schoolboy could neither explain nor argue with. These were not moods or phases. They were genuinely distinct centers of psychic gravity, each with its own relationship to reality, each with its own authority. This is the philosophical origin of everything that follows. A man who experienced inner division from the inside did not theorize the unconscious from a distance. He mapped territory he had already inhabited. The question his own childhood raised, what does it mean to be divided against oneself, and what would it mean to become whole, is not a question he chose to investigate. It chose him. That question acquired its full philosophical weight through the most consequential rupture of his professional life. Jung had been Freud's most celebrated protégé, the man Freud called his crown prince, the designated heir of everything he had built. The break, when it came between 1912 and 1913, was not a polite disagreement about theoretical nuance. It was a collision between two irreconcilable visions of what the unconscious actually is. Freud's unconscious was a personal archive, a sealed chamber of repressed wishes and forbidden desires, constituted entirely by what the individual psyche had refused to acknowledge. Jung had encountered material in his clinical work and in his own inner life that this account could not contain. Images, mythological figures, symbolic patterns appearing in the dreams of patients who had no conceivable access to the traditions from which those patterns came. Something was generating them from a source deeper than any individual biography. The cost was considerable. Jung lost his standing in the psychoanalytic movement, the intellectual friendships that had sustained him, and by his own account, his grip on the boundary between inner and outer reality. He did not retreat. Between 1913 and 1919, he descended deliberately into his own unconscious, recording what he encountered in the extraordinary illuminated manuscript that would not be published until 2009, the Red Book. What he found there were not symbols or metaphors. They were, as he insisted for the rest of his life, autonomous inhabitants of a deeper layer of the psyche, figures operating according to their own logic, possessing knowledge that Jung himself did not consciously have. Philemon, the wise old man with the wings of a kingfisher, taught Jung that the contents of the mind are not produced by the mind that contains them. Salome, blind and dangerous, carried something he could neither dismiss nor fully understand. The cartographer had to enter the territory before he could draw the map. Everything in Jung's mature philosophy has its origin in this period. The archetypes, the individuation process, the self, the collective unconscious, synchronicity, the late work on the nature of God, None of it is abstract. All of it is the systematic articulation of what one man found when he stopped insisting that the rational surface of the mind was the whole of it. This exploration will follow the full arc of that articulation, from the foundations of the psyche and the structure of the unconscious, through the great archetypes and the individuation process, into the most metaphysically ambitious claims Jung ever made, about the nature of evil, the psychology of God, and the possibility that psyche and world are, at the deepest level, one. The journey moves from the personal to the transpersonal, from the clinical to the cosmic. It begins, as Jung himself began, with an uncomfortable discovery that the picture of the human being bequeathed to us by the Enlightenment, rational, self-transparent, the true author of its own life, may be, in the most consequential possible sense, wrong. Part 1. The Fundamental Problem. The Enlightenment gave Western civilization one of its most powerful and enduring pictures of what a human being fundamentally is. At the center of this picture stands a rational subject, self-aware, coherent, capable in principle of understanding its own motivations and directing its life through the exercise of conscious reason. This picture did not emerge from nowhere. It has two philosophical sources of extraordinary depth and influence, and understanding them is essential to grasping what Jung was actually challenging. The first source is Descartes. When Descartes sat by his fire in 1641 and stripped away every belief that could be doubted, what remained was the thinking mind itself. Cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. The act of conscious reflection became the one unshakable foundation of all knowledge, and in making it so, Descartes placed the transparent, self-knowing mind at the very center of reality. To know oneself thinking was the most certain thing a human being could know. Everything else, the external world, other minds, the body itself, required inference and argument. But the mind's knowledge of its own operations was immediate, direct, and indubitable. Self-knowledge was not merely possible, it was the model of knowledge as such. The second source is Kant, who took this picture and extended it into the domain of morality and human freedom. For Kant, rational autonomy was the basis of genuine ethical life. The person who acts from duty, who legislates universal moral principles through reason rather than being driven by appetite or passion, is the person who is genuinely free. What enslaves a human being, in Kant's framework, is precisely being governed by forces that lie outside rational self-determination. The Enlightenment ideal crystallized here into something almost sacred. The educated, reflective individual who understands their own motivations, makes deliberate choices, and stands as the true author of their own life. This picture is philosophically seductive for reasons that go beyond mere intellectual fashion. It flatters, certainly, but it also offers something genuinely valuable, a vision of human dignity grounded in the capacity for self-direction. If you are in principle transparent to yourself, if reason can illuminate your own inner workings, then you are not merely a creature of circumstance or impulse. You are an agent. The collapse of this picture, when it comes, is therefore not a minor revision. It is disorienting in the way that only the loss of a foundational assumption can be. Jung's challenge to this picture began not in a philosopher's study, but in a psychiatric hospital. From 1900, he worked at the Bergholzli Clinic in Zurich under Eugen Bleuler, one of the foremost psychiatrists of the era, immersed in the daily reality of minds that had fractured in ways no purely rational account could explain. Between 1904 and 1909, He conducted his now famous word association experiments, presenting subjects with a series of stimulus words and recording their responses. The procedure was simple. The findings were not. Certain words produced something unexpected, a delayed response, a physical agitation, a sudden blankness, a response that bore no obvious relation to the stimulus. The subjects themselves had no conscious explanation for these disruptions. They were not pretending. They were genuinely unaware of why particular words had stopped them cold or produced a visible tremor. Yet when Jung mapped the patterns of disturbance across a series of responses, something coherent emerged. The disruptions clustered around particular themes, particular emotional territories. There was organization here, but it was organization that operated entirely outside the subject's awareness, shaping their responses without their knowledge or consent. The mind was not a unified, transparent, rational agent. It was divided, layered, and largely opaque to itself. Jung called these clusters of emotionally charged material complexes, and their significance was immediately philosophical. This was not a theoretical speculation about what might lie beneath consciousness. It was an empirical finding, reproducible in the laboratory, visible in the data. The Enlightenment picture of the self-knowing mind was not merely being questioned philosophically, it was being falsified experimentally. The philosophical stakes of this finding are considerable, and Jung understood them as such. Sigmund Freud gave the Western world a new map of the mind. The unconscious, in his rendering, is a sealed chamber beneath conscious life, packed with what the psyche has refused to acknowledge: repressed desires, forbidden memories, impulses too threatening to bear in the light of awareness. Freud described psychic energy in hydraulic terms, as a force that builds pressure when dammed by repression, seeking release through symptoms, dreams, and slips of the tongue. The unconscious, on this account, is constituted by exclusion. It contains what consciousness has actively pushed away, and its contents are therefore personal, biographical, and historically specific to the individual who formed them. Every person's unconscious is their own private archive of what they could not face. Carl Jung accepted this. He named it the personal unconscious, and he did not dispute its reality or its clinical importance. But his acceptance was the beginning of a far more radical move, because Jung treated the personal unconscious not as the whole of the unconscious, but as its uppermost and most accessible stratum. Beneath it, he argued, lies something of an entirely different order, something that cannot be explained by individual biography, repression, or personal history. In his 1927 essay, The Structure of the Psyche, Jung articulated what he called the collective unconscious, a layer of psychic life that is not acquired through personal experience, but inherited, shared across all of humanity, and structured by universal patterns he would eventually call archetypes. This is not a private basement. It is something closer to the deep grammar of human experience itself, the inherited psychic architecture within which all personal experience is organized and through which it becomes meaningful. The philosophical leap this represents is considerable. Freud's model is a psychology of the individual. Its coordinates are the personal, the biographical, and the clinical. The unconscious it describes is sealed within the skin of a single person, formed by the accidents of that person's particular life. Jung's model breaks open those boundaries entirely. If the collective unconscious is real, then beneath the surface of every individual psyche lies a layer of shared psychic life connecting each person to the entire history of the human species. The unconscious is no longer a private archive. It is a vast, transpersonal inheritance, something the individual is born into rather than something they create through the accumulation of personal experience. Jung is moving in a single conceptual step from a psychology of the person to a psychology of the species. What this means philosophically is that the nature of the human being must be reconceived. The self, on Freud's account, is essentially a self-contained unit, shaped by its own history and bounded by its own skin. On Jung's account, the individual psyche is a node in a much larger network of shared psychic life. The boundaries between self and world, between individual and collective, between psychology and something that begins to look like metaphysics, all of these begin to dissolve. The individual is not an island. They are a particular expression of something that vastly exceeds them, something ancient, impersonal, and structured in ways that no single life could account for. This ontological claim is what separates Jung from every other major psychologist of his era, and it is what makes his work as much a contribution to philosophy as to clinical science. It also makes his work genuinely controversial in a way that goes beyond academic disagreement. Jung is not merely proposing a new clinical technique or a revised taxonomy of mental disturbance. He is proposing a new account of what a human being fundamentally is. And the immediate question that account raises is the hardest one of all. What is the evidence that this deeper layer actually exists? Jung's answer to that question will draw on dream analysis, mythology, psychosis, alchemy, and comparative religion. But the claim itself is already fully formed in these early writings, and its implications are already clear. The unconscious is not a dustbin for rejected experience. It is the ground of the psyche, deeper than any individual life, and it carries within it something that connects each person to all persons who have ever lived. The most compelling evidence for the collective unconscious did not begin in a library. It began in the wards of the Berghölzli Psychiatric Clinic in Zurich, where Jung worked under Eugen Bleuler in the early years of the 20th century. There, amongst patients suffering from severe psychotic episodes, Jung encountered something that refused to fit any existing psychological framework. Patients with no education in mythology, no access to ancient religious texts, no familiarity with the esoteric traditions of antiquity, were spontaneously producing images and narratives in their delusions and dreams that were structurally identical to material found in sources they could not possibly have read. The case that stayed with Jung most powerfully involved a schizophrenic patient who described a vision of the sun possessing a phallus that moved from side to side and generated the wind. Jung recorded this account and set it aside. 4 years later, he encountered a published translation of a Mithraic liturgy from a Greek magical papyrus, in which an almost identical image appeared as part of an ancient ritual vision. The patient's episode had preceded the publication. The parallel was not approximate or suggestive, it was precise. The same symbolic structure, the same cosmological imagery, the same connection between solar movement and wind generation had appeared independently in a disturbed mind in modern Switzerland and in an ancient Mediterranean mystery religion separated by nearly 2,000 years. The skeptical objection is obvious and must be taken seriously. Could such parallels be explained by ambient cultural exposure? Even uneducated patients had grown up in a world saturated with religious imagery, biblical narrative, and the residue of classical mythology. Could the unconscious mind simply be reassembling fragments of forgotten cultural material, producing apparent parallels through the ordinary mechanisms of memory and association, rather than through anything more mysterious? Jung considered this objection carefully, and he recognized that clinical evidence alone could not answer it. A single patient, however striking the case, remained vulnerable to the explanation of cryptomnesia, the unconscious retention of material once encountered and since forgotten. The answer came from comparative mythology and anthropology. In the years following his break with Freud, Jung immersed himself in the vast literature of world mythology and ancient religion. He absorbed Fraser's monumental survey in The Golden Bough, Barkhoffen's investigations into matriarchal religion and the symbolism of the Great Mother, and the growing anthropological literature documenting the mythologies of cultures across Africa, the Americas, Asia, and Oceania. What this literature revealed was not merely that similar symbols appeared in different cultures, but that the same structural patterns appeared in cultures with no historical contact whatsoever. The hero's journey, with its call, its descent into darkness, its ordeal, and its return, bearing a gift for the community. The dying and rising God whose death and resurrection mirrors the cycle of the seasons. The Great Mother, simultaneously nurturing and devouring. The wise old man who appears at moments of crisis bearing knowledge that transforms. The descent into the underworld as the necessary precondition for renewal. These patterns recurred with a structural consistency that cultural transmission could not explain. The cultures that produced them had not influenced each other. They had arrived at the same symbolic architecture independently, as though drawing from a common source. This comparative evidence transformed the collective unconscious from a clinical hypothesis into a cross-cultural finding. The phenomenon was no longer localized to disturbed patients in a Swiss clinic. It was visible across the entire span of human symbolic production. Yet Jung recognized a genuine limitation in this evidence. Comparative mythology, however vast and compelling, remains observation from the outside. It catalogues patterns, maps their distribution, demonstrates their universality. Part 2. The Architecture of the Psyche. The ego, in Jung's system, is the center of consciousness. It is the one that wakes in the morning, that makes decisions, that carries a name and a history, and a sense of continuous identity through time. Before anything else is said about the psyche's deeper architecture, this must be understood clearly. Jung did not regard the ego as an illusion or an obstacle to be dissolved. He regarded it as a genuine and indispensable achievement. In Aeon, published in 1951, Jung drew a precise and consequential distinction between the ego as the center of the field of consciousness and the self as the center of the total psyche. This is not a merely terminological refinement. It is the structural foundation upon which his entire developmental philosophy rests. The ego governs what we are aware of, what we can deliberately attend to, what we can reason about and act upon. The self encompasses something far larger, the totality of conscious and unconscious processes, the whole of what a human being actually is, rather than what they know themselves to be. The distinction matters because without a strong, coherent ego, the individuation process cannot begin. You cannot integrate what lies in the unconscious if you have no stable center from which to do the integrating. A fragile or fragmented ego does not encounter the unconscious and grow. It is overwhelmed by it. The ego must be respected and cultivated precisely because it is the instrument through which the deeper work of becoming whole becomes possible. Yet the ego carries within its very structure a tendency that becomes, if left unchecked, the central obstacle to psychological growth. It tends to believe itself to be the whole of the psyche. It assumes that what it knows about itself constitutes the totality of what it is. This is not a moral failing, but an almost inevitable consequence of how consciousness works. The ego only has direct access to its own contents, and so, from its own perspective, there is nothing else to see. Jung offered an image in The Relations Between the Ego and the Unconscious, written in 1928, that captures this situation with remarkable precision. The ego, he suggested, is like an island rising from the ocean of the unconscious. The island is real. It has its own terrain, its own weather, its own particular character. Nothing about calling it an island diminishes its existence. But the island is vastly outnumbered by the surrounding water, and it owes its very existence to geological forces operating far beneath the surface, forces it did not create and cannot fully perceive. The island did not make itself. It emerged from depths that remain active and consequential, regardless of whether the island acknowledges them. The philosophical consequence of this image is immediate and far-reaching. The Cartesian cogito, the thinking self that knows itself by the very act of thinking, is not the whole story of what a human being is. Descartes believed that in the moment of self-reflection, the self becomes transparent to itself, that consciousness and self-knowledge coincide. For Jung, this is precisely the error of the island mistaking itself for the continent. The cogito captures something real. There is indeed a thinking subject, a center of awareness, but it mistakes a partial truth for a complete one. The ego that says, "One think, therefore one am," is not wrong to assert its own existence. It is wrong to suppose that this existence exhausts the question of what it is. When the ego does make this mistake, when it treats its own boundaries as the boundaries of the psyche itself, the consequences extend well beyond intellectual error. Jung analyzed this condition, which he called ego inflation, at length in the 2 essays on analytical psychology. The inflated ego is not simply overconfident, it is structurally rigid. Because it cannot acknowledge what lies beyond its own awareness, it cannot genuinely change. It encounters its own unconscious contents not as something to be examined and integrated, but as something alien, threatening, and invariably located outside itself. The shadow falls on others. The qualities the ego cannot own in itself are projected onto the world, and the world becomes populated with figures who seem to carry exactly the darkness or the weakness or the desire that the ego has refused to recognize as its own. This is not a peripheral pathology in Jung's thinking. It is the condition from which individuation is the escape. The personal unconscious, as we established in the previous section, is not a formless reservoir of forgotten experience. It has structure. It has inhabitants. And those inhabitants, Jung argued, are the complexes, the primary organizational units through which the personal unconscious arranges itself and, far more significantly, through which it acts upon us. Jung arrived at this concept through rigorous empirical work. His word association experiments at the Berg-Holzli Clinic in the early 1900s revealed something consistently strange. When subjects were asked to respond quickly to a list of stimulus words, certain words produced hesitations, slips, repeated responses, or physiological disturbances. These disturbances clustered around particular themes. A subject might respond normally to dozens of neutral words and then visibly falter at words connected to family, or authority, or failure. Jung traced these disturbances to what he called feeling-toned complexes, clusters of associated ideas, memories, emotions, and images organized around an emotionally charged core. He formalized this understanding most precisely in his 1934 essay, A Review of the Complex Theory, where he described the complex as a structured psychic entity with its own emotional charge, its own internal logic, and its own agenda. The mother complex, the father complex, the inferiority complex. These are not metaphors in Jung's system. They are not simply recurring patterns of thought or strong emotional tendencies. They are semi-autonomous psychic structures, each organized around a formative wound or a powerful relational pattern, each carrying a charge of affect that gives them energy and directionality. The mother complex, for instance, is not merely a set of memories about one's mother. It is a psychic organization built around the entire emotional reality of that primary relationship, including its unmet needs, its idealized images, its resentments and longings, all of it structured into something that functions with a coherence of its own. This brings us to the philosophically decisive feature of the complex, the one that separates Jung's account from any merely descriptive psychology of habits or tendencies. Complexes are autonomous. They do not merely influence behavior from the margins. They can temporarily seize the entire personality. When a situation resonates with the emotional core of an activated complex, the complex can displace the ego entirely, producing reactions that feel alien, disproportionate, or wholly inexplicable to the person experiencing them. Jung's formulation here is worth dwelling on precisely. Everyone knows nowadays that people have complexes, but what is far more important theoretically is that complexes can have us. That reversal is the philosophical heart of the concept. The complex is not a possession of the ego. It is a rival center of psychic organization, capable of usurping the ego's role as the governing agency of behavior. One don't know what came over me is, for Jung, a literally accurate description of what occurs when a complex takes hold. The ego is temporarily displaced. A different psychic center is running the personality. The person who responds to a mild criticism with volcanic fury, or who collapses into helplessness at the first sign of rejection, is not simply overreacting. They are, in Jung's precise sense, being had. Something within them has taken over. Something with its own history, its own logic, and its own imperatives. The therapeutic and philosophical task that follows from this is not the elimination of complexes, which Jung regarded as both impossible and undesirable. Complexes are not pathological intrusions into an otherwise healthy psyche. They are intrinsic features of psychic life, formed through the unavoidable tensions of human development and relationship. What can be transformed is the relationship between the ego and its complexes. The complex that operates entirely in the dark, unrecognized, and unnamed retains its full autonomous power. The ego cannot relate to what it cannot see. But when a complex is brought into consciousness, when it is named and its pattern recognized, something significant shifts. The ego can now observe the complex activating, understand the emotional logic that drives it, and make conscious choices about how to respond, rather than simply being swept along. Every functioning adult wears a mask. This is not a metaphor for deception or insincerity. It is, in Jung's analysis, a structural feature of psychological life, as necessary and as inevitable as the skin itself. Jung called this mask the persona, and he borrowed the term deliberately. In ancient Greek theatre, the persona was the mask, worn by actors to signal their role to the audience. The tragic hero, the fool, the tyrant. The etymology is philosophically precise, because the persona in Jung's sense performs exactly this function. It is the face we present to the social world, the set of behaviors, attitudes, and qualities through which we make ourselves legible and functional in collective life. It is the professional identity, the social role, the carefully calibrated performance of self that allows us to navigate institutions, relationships, and the expectations of others. Jung develops this concept most fully in his 2 essays on analytical psychology, and he is careful to establish something that is easily missed. The persona is not a problem. It is a solution. Every psyche must negotiate the tension between individual nature and social expectation. And the persona is the means by which that negotiation takes place. Without it, social existence becomes impossible. The person who has no persona, who makes no distinction between their inner life and their public presentation, is not more authentic than the rest of us. They are simply unnavigable, a person who has failed to develop the necessary interface between the inner world and the outer one. Jung insists on this. The persona is a necessary compromise, and a healthy one, provided it remains understood as a compromise rather than mistaken for something deeper. The philosophical problem arises precisely at the point of that mistake. Persona identification, as Jung calls it, is the condition in which a person ceases to wear the mask and becomes it. The successful lawyer who cannot exist outside the courtroom, whose sense of worth, meaning, and identity is entirely bound up in professional standing, is a case of persona identification. So is the devoted mother who has no self apart from her children, the public intellectual whose entire inner life has been colonized by reputation, the executive who has spent 30 years becoming the role and nothing else. In each case, the social garment has been fused with the skin, and the consequences of this fusion are severe, not merely psychologically uncomfortable, but philosophically catastrophic, because when the role eventually fails, as all roles eventually do, through retirement, illness, loss, or simply the passage of time, the person collapses. There is nothing beneath the mask, because everything was invested in it. The retirement that should be a liberation becomes a kind of death. The empty nest that should open new possibilities becomes an abyss. This is not weakness of character. It is the logical outcome of having built an identity on a structure that was never designed to bear that weight. The persona is a necessary garment, but a garment must be worn as a garment, not fused with the skin. That distinction, simple as it sounds, is one of the most demanding psychological achievements Jung describes because the social world actively rewards persona identification. Institutions want people who are their roles, who have no remainder, no excess, no inner life that complicates their function. The pressure to identify completely with the approved social self is constant and often invisible, which is precisely what makes it so powerful. What makes the persona philosophically central to Jung's entire system, rather than simply a useful concept in social psychology, is what it implies about everything it excludes. The persona is constructed through selection. Certain qualities, impulses, traits, and aspects of personality are incorporated into the approved social role. Others are not. They do not fit the image. The profession, the family expectation, the cultural ideal, and what is excluded from the persona does not disappear. It goes somewhere. It accumulates in the unconscious, gathering force in proportion to the completeness of its exclusion. The more perfectly the persona has been constructed, the more thoroughly the excluded material has been suppressed, and the more powerful the accumulation becomes. This is the structural logic that generates the shadow, and it means the shadow is not a personal failing or a moral weakness. Part 3. The Shadow. The ego, as we have seen, is the center of conscious life, the organized, relatively stable structure of identity through which a person navigates the world. But the ego does not exist in isolation. It has a counterpart, a dark twin that forms alongside it through the very same process that gives the conscious personality its shape. Jung called this counterpart the shadow, and in Aeon he offered a definition as precise as it is unsettling. The shadow is the thing a person has no wish to be. That phrase deserves to sit with you for a moment. Not the thing a person cannot be, or the thing a person has failed to become through circumstance or lack of opportunity. The thing a person has no wish to be, The shadow is not an accident of development, but a structural consequence of identity itself. Every time the ego consolidates around a particular self-image, every time a person commits to being a certain kind of human being, a shadow is cast. The qualities, impulses, and possibilities that do not fit that self-image are not destroyed. They are excluded from conscious life and pushed into the unconscious, where they accumulate over time into what Jung understood as a distinct, autonomous layer of the psyche. The connection to the persona is essential here. The persona, as we explored earlier, is the mask the ego presents to the social world, the curated, adapted face of respectability, competence, or belonging. The shadow is, in a very real sense, everything the persona refuses to show. The two structures are mirror images, formed by the same act of psychological selection. To choose one face is to reject another, and the rejected face does not vanish. It sinks inward, gathers density, and becomes the shadow. The more polished and coherent the persona, the more substantial the shadow behind it. There is a temptation, when first encountering this idea, to assume that the shadow is simply a repository of vices, cruelty, lust, cowardice, all the qualities that civilization and conscience have taught us to suppress. Jung acknowledged this dimension. In Psychology and Religion, he described the shadow as that hidden, for the most part inferior and guilt-laden personality, whose ultimate ramifications reach back into the realm of our animal ancestors. The shadow does contain the instinctual, the primitive, the socially unacceptable. But to stop there is to misunderstand the concept in a way that makes it far less interesting and far less useful. The shadow contains everything that is incompatible with the ego's self-image, and incompatibility is not the same as moral inferiority. A person who has built their identity around rationality and control may carry a shadow rich with spontaneity, creative disorder, and passionate feeling. A person whose entire conscious life is organized around kindness and selfless service may have a shadow seething with ambition, anger, and the fierce desire for recognition. A person who prides themselves on their humility may have buried a genuine and formidable confidence that has never been allowed to develop. The shadow is not merely the darkness beneath the light. It is the unlived life, the unchosen possibilities, the unrealized dimensions of a human being that the ego has declared incompatible with who it has decided to be. This is a genuinely counterintuitive insight, and it has profound implications. It means that psychological growth is not simply a matter of purging one's darker impulses. It means that some of what lies in the shadow is not corrupt but merely undeveloped, not sinful but simply unacknowledged. The person who has never allowed themselves to feel anger may find in their shadow not just destructive rage, but a legitimate capacity for self-assertion and boundary setting that their conscious personality has systematically 20.4 starved. The recovery of such qualities is not a moral failure, but a form of completion. And yet the shadow's more troubling dimension remains. Jung was insistent on this point, and it forms one of his most important contributions to moral psychology. The people most convinced of their own virtue are frequently those with the most dangerous unconscious shadows. The logic is structural. The more rigidly one-sided the conscious personality, the more forcefully the excluded material accumulates in the unconscious. The shadow does not announce itself. It cannot. By definition, it consists precisely of those qualities the ego has refused to acknowledge, the traits, impulses, and tendencies that have been judged incompatible with the conscious self-image and pushed below the threshold of awareness. Because it is unconscious, it cannot be confronted directly. It has no face that the ego can turn and examine. and so it finds another way to make itself known. It appears in the world outside. It attaches itself to other people. It speaks through our reactions to others rather than through any honest reckoning with ourselves. This is what Jung called projection, and it is the shadow's primary and most pervasive mechanism. The psyche attributes to external figures the qualities that genuinely belong to the shadow, but that the ego will not own. The crucial philosophical point here is that this is not a conscious choice, not a deliberate act of blame-shifting or self-deception in any ordinary sense. It is an automatic psychic process, and it operates with a kind of phenomenological completeness. The shadow content is not merely attributed to the other person in some cold intellectual sense. It is genuinely experienced as belonging to them. The projected quality feels, to the person projecting, as though it truly resides in the external figure. The world is reorganized around the contours of one's own unknown interior. Jung captured this with characteristic precision in Aeon. Projections change the world into the replica of one's own unknown face. The image is arresting precisely because it inverts the ordinary assumption that perception is passive and neutral. We believe we are seeing the world as it is. Jung insists that we are, in significant measure, the qualities that provoke our most intense, disproportionate, or morally self-righteous reactions in other people are, for Jung, almost invariably qualities that belong to our own shadow. The vehemence of the reaction is itself the diagnostic signal. Ordinary disapproval is one thing, but that special quality of righteous disgust, the sense that a particular person embodies something uniquely loathsome, that their failings are not merely regrettable, but somehow intolerable, that quality of feeling points inward, not outward. The philosophical radicalism of this claim about moral judgment deserves to be held steadily. Jung is not simply observing that people are sometimes hypocritical, which would be a modest and familiar observation. He is making a far stronger claim that the enemy we hate most ferociously is often the carrier of our own projected shadow. The face we find most morally repugnant in the world is frequently, in some essential respect, our own face, unrecognized. The principled person who reserves their most passionate condemnation for a particular vice may be, at the level of the shadow, most deeply implicated in that very quality. The intensity of the repudiation is not evidence of the repudiator's virtue. It may be evidence of the depth of the projection. Jung extended this analysis far beyond the individual. The same mechanism that operates between two people operates between groups, between nations, between civilizations. In The Undiscovered Self, written in 1957 in the shadow of the Cold War and the very real possibility of nuclear annihilation, Jung argued that the mutual demonization of East and West represented a collective shadow projection of almost incomprehensible scale. Each side genuinely experienced the other as the embodiment of everything dark, threatening, and morally corrupt. Each side was, in Jung's analysis, looking at a distorted reflection of its own unacknowledged darkness. The refusal of each civilization to recognize its own shadow in the other was not merely a philosophical error. Jung regarded it as the most dangerous feature of the entire political situation, the psychological condition that made catastrophic violence not only possible but likely. The 20th century's extraordinary capacity for organized mass destruction was, for Jung, inseparable from this collective failure of self-knowledge. Projection, then, is the shadow's way of remaining hidden whilst continuing to shape reality. But there is a second mode of shadow operation, and it is, in some respects, more alarming, precisely because it is more direct. Shadow integration is one of the most persistently misunderstood ideas in Jung's entire body of work. The misunderstanding is understandable, because the word integration sounds like incorporation, like taking something in and making it part of oneself in the fullest sense. From that reading, it can seem as though Jung is counseling people to act on their darkest impulses, to give expression to cruelty, selfishness, or violence, on the grounds that repression is unhealthy. This is precisely the opposite of what Jung meant, and he was quite explicit about it. In 2 essays on analytical psychology, Jung insists that the goal of shadow work is not the elimination of the shadow, which he regards as simply impossible, nor is it the enactment of the shadow's contents. The goal is the development of a conscious relationship with what the shadow holds. Integration means knowing the shadow, bringing its contents into the light of conscious awareness so that the ego can relate to them, examine them, and make deliberate choices about them. What was formerly an autonomous force operating entirely outside conscious control becomes material that can be worked with. The ego that knows its own darkness is not thereby licensed to act on it, but it is no longer blindly driven by it. This distinction between knowing and acting is the very foundation of Jung's moral psychology, and without it, everything else he says about the shadow collapses into something either naive or dangerous. The practical method by which this integration begins is through the recognition of projection. Jung's starting point is a deceptively simple observation. The qualities we cannot tolerate in ourselves do not disappear. They migrate outward, attaching themselves to other people, other groups, other nations, the figures who provoke our most intense and disproportionate reactions, the people we despise with a fervor that goes beyond what the situation seems to warrant, are almost always carrying projected shadow material. The intensity of the reaction is the clue. Ordinary dislike or disagreement does not have that particular heat to it. What does have that heat is the encounter with something the psyche recognizes but refuses to own. In Aeon, Jung describes the process of withdrawing these projections as requiring what he calls moral courage. This is a precise phrase. It is not intellectual courage, not the willingness to entertain abstract ideas, but the far more demanding willingness to see oneself clearly without the consolation of self-righteousness. The person engaged in genuine shadow work must ask, honestly and without flinching, what their own reactions reveal about themselves. They must relinquish the comfortable position of moral superiority, the position in which the darkness belongs to others and the self remains clean. Jung regarded this as the most difficult thing a human being can do, and also the most necessary. The alternative, the continued projection of the shadow onto the world, is not a neutral choice. It is the engine of hatred, scapegoating, and collective violence. The person who cannot see their own shadow does not thereby avoid it. They simply discharge it outward, onto whoever is available. 2 paradoxical results follow from genuine shadow integration, and both of them are essential to understanding everything that comes after in Jung's account of individuation. The first is that shadow integration makes a person genuinely more ethical, not because they have eliminated their darkness, which cannot be done, but because they now know where it lives. They can take responsibility for it rather than projecting it onto others. The person who has faced their own capacity for envy, manipulation, or cruelty is in a far better position to manage those tendencies than the person who sincerely believes they possess none. Moral responsibility requires self-knowledge, and self-knowledge, in Jung's framework, means knowledge of the whole psyche, not merely its acceptable portions. The second result is equally striking. Shadow integration releases psychic energy. The maintenance of repression is not a passive or costless process. It requires continuous expenditure of psychological effort to keep the unwanted contents out of consciousness, to sustain the performance of a self that is cleaner and simpler than the actual psyche. Part 4. The collective unconscious. Jung's most philosophically radical move was not the discovery of the personal unconscious. Freud had already charted those waters. The move that sets Jung apart, that transforms him from a psychologist into something closer to a metaphysician of the soul, is his claim that beneath the personal unconscious lies a deeper stratum of psychic life that is not personal at all. In The Archetypes and the Collective Unconscious, published in 1934, Jung described it as a psyche that is not mine, but which is active and alive in all human beings. That single formulation carries enormous philosophical weight. It means that when you descend far enough into your own inner life, you eventually pass through the floor of the personal and enter something shared, something inherited, something that belongs not to you but to the species. This transforms the unconscious from a private psychological phenomenon into something more like the deep grammar of human experience. The personal unconscious, as we have seen, is the repository of forgotten memories, repressed emotions, and the complexes that organize personal history into patterns of feeling and response. It is mine in the most intimate sense. But the collective unconscious is not mine. It is the accumulated psychic inheritance of the species, deposited in the structure of the psyche, not as memories, but as structural predispositions, tendencies to experience the world in certain fundamental ways, to respond to certain kinds of situations with certain kinds of emotional and imaginative intensity. Jung draws an analogy that makes this vivid. Just as the body inherits instinctual patterns of response, patterns that do not need to be learned because they are already woven into the biological architecture of the organism, so the psyche inherits psychological instincts. These are predispositions to form certain kinds of images, to be gripped by certain kinds of narratives, to find certain kinds of figures and situations charged with a significance that no personal history fully explains. The philosophical precision of Jung's claim matters enormously here, because it is easy to misunderstand what he is and is not asserting. He is not claiming that specific memories or ideas are inherited across generations. That would be Lamarckian, scientifically untenable, and philosophically naive. What he is claiming is that the forms of psychic response are inherited. The predisposition to organize experience around certain fundamental patterns, the capacity to be moved by certain kinds of images, the tendency to find certain narrative structures universally meaningful across cultures and historical periods. The archetypes, which are the contents of the collective unconscious, are not specific images but the molds from which specific images are generated. They are not contents but forms. They are the structural conditions that make certain kinds of human experience possible. Jung reaches for a precise analogy to capture this distinction. In The Archetypes and the Collective Unconscious, he compares the archetype to the axial system of a crystal. The crystal lattice determines the shape that any crystal growing within it will take, yet the lattice itself has no visible form. It is pure structural potential, a set of formal constraints that shape what emerges without itself appearing as a thing. The archetype as such is unknowable in direct experience. What we encounter in dreams, in myths, in religious symbols, in art, are archetypal images, the specific, cultural and personal clothing in which the underlying formal pattern expresses itself. The Great Mother appears as Isis in one culture, as the Virgin in another, as a figure in a dream in a third. The underlying form is constant. The images through which it manifests are endlessly variable. This is a philosophically careful position, and it is worth pausing on its elegance. Jung is not making a crude claim about inherited content. He is making a sophisticated structural claim about the formal architecture of psychic life. The implications of this claim reach well beyond the domain of psychology. If the collective unconscious is real, if there genuinely exists a layer of psychic life that is transpersonal and connects individual human beings to the entire history of the species, then some of the most basic assumptions of modern Western thought come under pressure. There is a distinction at the heart of Jung's theory of archetypes that is easy to miss but philosophically decisive. It is the difference between the archetype as such and the archetypal image, and without it, the entire framework collapses into confusion. The archetype as such is not an image. It is not a picture, a symbol, or a story. It is a purely formal predisposition, a structural tendency within the psyche to organize certain kinds of experience in certain kinds of ways. Jung compared it to a crystal lattice, invisible in itself, yet determining the shape that any crystal of that type will take when it forms. The lattice is never directly seen. What is seen is always the crystal, the particular form that has grown according to the lattice's invisible geometry. The archetype as such is, in this precise sense, it lies beneath the threshold of experience, a formal potential waiting to be activated. What we encounter in experience, in dreams, in myths, in visions and works of art, are archetypal images, the specific forms in which that underlying formal potential has clothed itself. The archetype of the mother, for example, is not any particular mother figure. It is the predisposition to organize experience around a certain cluster of qualities: nourishment, containment, origin, transformation, the power that gives life, and the power that can withdraw it. When that predisposition activates itself in a given culture, it produces an image shaped by that culture's specific history, landscape, and symbolic vocabulary. In ancient Egypt, it becomes Isis. In India, it becomes Kali, the mother who both creates and devours. In medieval Christianity, it becomes Mary, the vessel of divine grace and intercessor for the human soul. In the folk imagination of Northern Europe, it splits into the fairy godmother and the wicked witch, the nurturing and the devouring face of the same underlying force. These images are radically different in their cultural content, and yet the structural pattern they embody is recognizably the same. This is the crucial explanatory power of the distinction. It accounts for why the same deep patterns appear across cultures with no possibility of direct transmission, why a Polynesian myth and a Norse myth and a Greek myth can exhibit the same underlying architecture without anyone having carried the story from one place to another. The archetype as such travels with the human animal, encoded in the inherited structure of the psyche. The archetypal image is what that structure produces when it meets a particular cultural and historical world. The experience of encountering an archetypal image has a quality that Jung, drawing on the theologian Rudolf Otto, called numinosity. In The Idea of the Holy, published in 1917, Otto had described the experience of the sacred as something irreducible to any moral or rational category, a confrontation with what he called the mysterium tremendum et fascinans, the mystery that is simultaneously overwhelming and compelling. Jung recognized in Otto's analysis a precise description of what happens when an archetypal image is activated in the psyche. In psychology and religion, he described the numinous as a dynamic agency or effect not caused by an arbitrary act of will, but one that seizes and controls the human subject. The encounter is not chosen, it happens to you. This is why great myths, genuine fairy tales, they are not merely entertaining stories or cultural decorations. They are activations of deep archetypal patterns that resonate with the inherited structure of the psyche, and that resonance produces a response that goes beyond anything rational analysis can fully account for. The overwhelming quality of that response is itself the evidence for the reality of the archetype. The numinosity is the signature of the collective unconscious making itself felt at the surface of conscious life. When that numinosity fades, something of great consequence is lost. A symbol that has ceased to carry its charge does not simply become neutral. It becomes a husk, a cultural artifact that retains the outward form of living meaning whilst the inner vitality has drained away. The psyche's need for archetypal activation does not disappear when its traditional symbols lose their power. The unconscious, as Jung conceived it, is not a formless void. It has structure. It has inhabitants. And those inhabitants are not random products of individual biography but universal patterns, inherited templates of human experience that have been forming and reforming across the entire span of the species. To begin mapping them is to begin understanding what Jung meant when he said that beneath the personal history of any individual lies something far older and far more powerful. The most immediately accessible of these patterns is the shadow. It is the archetype closest to the surface of conscious life, the dark companion that the ego generates simply by being itself. Every quality the ego refuses to acknowledge, every impulse it suppresses, every characteristic it judges unacceptable, accumulates in the shadow. It is the sum of everything we are that we will not admit to being. And because it is so close, it is the first archetypal reality that any serious psychological work must confront. In Aeon, Jung was careful to distinguish two layers within the shadow. The first is personal, built from the specific refusals and repressions of an individual life. But beneath that personal layer lies something older. The deeper one descends into the shadow. The less it resembles personal history, and the more it resembles something collective, the accumulated darkness of the entire human species, the whole inheritance of cruelty, fear, and destructiveness that belongs to all of us equally. The shadow is therefore the archetype that bridges the personal and the collective. It begins in the individual and opens into the universal. And its acknowledgement, which is never comfortable, immediately raises a question that cannot be avoided. If the ego has a dark counterpart, does it also have a soul? That question leads directly to the Anima and the Animus. Where the shadow is encountered in what we despise and fear in others, in the qualities we project outward with contempt or alarm, the Anima and Animus are encountered in what we love and idealize, in the overwhelming pull of romantic fascination, in the dream figures that haunt us, not with dread, but with longing. For a man, the Anima is his soul figure, the inner feminine presence that mediates his relationship to the deeper layers of the unconscious. For a woman, the Animus performs the equivalent function. Jung described the Anima in 2 essays on analytical psychology as nothing less than the archetype of life itself, the figure that gives the inner world its vitality and its meaning. These are not merely psychological curiosities. They are the bridges between the personal psyche and the transpersonal depths beneath it. Because they are more deeply buried than the shadow, because they are more directly rooted in the collective unconscious, they are both harder to integrate and, when integration begins, more profoundly transformative. The man who mistakes his anima projections for reality, who sees his own soul image in another person and pursues it as though it were simply a quality of that person, is living under a spell he does not know he is under. The beginning of integration is the recognition that the fascination belongs to something within. That recognition is the second great stage of individuation. But it is not the final one. Deeper still, at levels where the psyche touches its most ancient and most universal layers, stand the wise old man and the great mother. These are the archetypes of meaning and origin. The wise old man appears at moments of genuine crisis, not as a comforting figure, but as a bearer of insight that the conscious mind could not have reached on its own. The Great Mother carries the full ambivalence of primordial power. She is both nourishing and devouring, both the source of life and the force that reclaims it. They represent the accumulated wisdom and the raw generative power of the species, and they appear in dreams and visions at the deepest moments of psychological transformation. Yet even they are not the final reality. They are themselves pointers towards something beyond them. That something is the self. Jung placed the self at the apex of his entire archetypal vision, and the positioning was deliberate. The self is not one archetype among others. It is the archetype of wholeness itself, the pattern of complete integration toward which the entire individuation process is always moving. Part 5. Psychological Types. Jung published Psychologische Typen in 1921, and it stands as one of the most ambitious attempts in the history of psychology to map the fundamental differences in human consciousness. Not personality quirks, not surface preferences, but something far deeper, the basic orientation of the psyche itself, the direction in which psychic energy naturally flows. Jung called this orientation the attitude type, and the distinction he drew between the two primary attitudes remains, a century later, one of the most philosophically consequential ideas he ever produced. The distinction arose from a problem that had been troubling Jung for years. Freud and Adler were both towering intellects. Both worked with neurotic patients. Both analyzed the same kinds of material: dreams, symptoms, resistances, the hidden logic of the suffering mind. And yet they arrived at theories that were not merely different but diametrically opposed. For Freud, the driving force of the psyche was desire, specifically the erotic pull toward objects, toward other people, toward the world. For Adler, the central dynamic was the will to power, the subject's drive to assert itself, to compensate for feelings of inferiority, to master its own inner life. Freud's patient was forever reaching outward. Adler's patient was forever turning inward. Jung concluded that this was not a disagreement about clinical evidence. It was a difference in the orientation of the theorist himself. Each man had theorized from within his own psychological type, and each had produced a theory that was genuinely illuminating for one half of humanity, whilst remaining largely blind to the other. The extrovert, as Jung defined the type, is oriented primarily toward the object. Reality, for the extrovert, is fundamentally external. The world of people, situations, tasks, and events is where meaning is located, where energy flows naturally, where the self feels most alive and most real. The extrovert's relationship to the outer world is characterized by a kind of openness, even a dependence. The object exercises a genuine fascination, and the inner life tends to be subordinated to its demands. This is not a social fact about being friendly or talkative. It is a philosophical fact about where the primary source of psychic reality is located. The extrovert does not merely prefer company to solitude. The extrovert's very sense of self is constituted in relation to the outer world. Isolation from the object, Jung observed, is the extrovert's characteristic anxiety, because in isolation, the outer world withdraws its sustaining presence, and the inner world, which has been neglected, offers little in its place. The introvert's world is structured differently at its foundations. For the introvert, the primary reality is internal. Subjective experience, reflection, and the inner world take precedence over the outer. This does not mean the introvert ignores external reality. It means that external reality is always somewhat mediated, always filtered through and interpreted by the subject's own inner life before it becomes fully real. The introvert's characteristic anxiety is not isolation but overwhelm, the sense of being invaded or consumed by the object, of losing the inner ground that constitutes the self. Where the extrovert gains energy from engagement with the world, the introvert is depleted by it and restored by withdrawal into the inner life. Jung was careful to insist that neither orientation is superior. Both are necessary responses to the conditions of human existence. Both carry genuine strengths, and both carry characteristic blind spots that follow directly from what each type excludes. What makes this distinction philosophically significant, beyond its obvious utility in understanding individual differences, is what it reveals about the structure of consciousness and its relationship to the unconscious. The psyche, Jung argued, is inherently self-regulating. When consciousness becomes too firmly oriented in one direction, the unconscious develops a compensatory orientation in the opposite direction. The extrovert's unconscious is characteristically introverted. It harbors the subjective, reflective, inward qualities that the extrovert's conscious life has neglected or suppressed. The introvert's unconscious is characteristically extroverted. It contains the impulsive, object-directed, outward-reaching energies that the introvert's conscious orientation has pushed aside. This compensation is not accidental. Consciousness does not simply receive experience raw. It processes, sorts, evaluates, and organizes what arrives at the threshold of awareness. And the question Jung asked in Psychological Types was whether this processing follows identifiable patterns. His answer was that it does, and that those patterns can be mapped with philosophical precision. Jung identified 4 fundamental functions through which consciousness engages with reality, and they are arranged in 2 pairs of opposites. The first pair consists of what he called the rational functions: thinking and feeling. Thinking evaluates experience according to logical categories, sorting what is true from what is false, what is coherent from what is contradictory. Feeling evaluates experience according to value categories, sorting what is meaningful from what is meaningless, what is acceptable from what must be rejected. The second pair consists of the irrational functions, sensation and intuition. Sensation perceives what is actually present in immediate experience, attending to the concrete facts of what is here, now, tangible. Intuition perceives the possibilities and potentials behind what is present, attending not to what is but to what could be, what is implied, what lies just beyond the visible surface. The distinction Jung was most insistent upon, and which is most frequently misunderstood, concerns the nature of feeling. Feeling is not emotion. It is not the capacity for sentiment or the tendency toward tearfulness. It is a rational evaluative function in the precise philosophical sense. It applies a consistent criterion, namely value, to experience, and it reaches judgments on that basis. The feeling type is not more emotional than the thinking type. They are differently rational, oriented toward value rather than logic. A highly developed feeling function produces not sentimentality but discrimination, the capacity to assess what matters, what deserves commitment, what has worth. Jung's insistence on this point was not pedantic. It was philosophically crucial because it meant that 2 people could each be rigorously rational whilst inhabiting entirely different cognitive worlds, one navigating by truth and one navigating by meaning. Every individual has access to all 4 functions, but they are not equally developed. And this inequality is not accidental. One function tends to become dominant, the most consciously employed, the most reliable, the most elaborated. Its opposite in the pairing tends to be the least developed, the most unconscious, the most primitive. The remaining two functions occupy intermediate positions, partially developed, partially available. The thinking type who has spent a lifetime perfecting logical analysis has done so at a cost. Their emotional life is underdeveloped, unreliable, and prone to sudden eruptions that seem entirely alien to their carefully rational self-image. They may find themselves overwhelmed by irrational attachments, inexplicable resentments, or sentimental enthusiasms that their thinking function cannot account for and cannot control. This is where typology transforms from a personality classification into a philosophy of development. The dominant function is simultaneously the ego's greatest strength and its most dangerous blind spot. It is the lens through which the world is seen most clearly, and therefore the lens through which everything else is distorted. The more perfectly a function is developed, the more completely its opposite is suppressed, and the more alien that opposite becomes when it eventually forces its way into consciousness. The suppressed function does not disappear. It sinks into the unconscious, where it accumulates energy and develops in ways that are beyond conscious direction. Jung called this the inferior function, and he described its character in psychological types with notable precision. The inferior function has a contaminated quality, a primitive, undifferentiated character that makes it feel threatening and strange to the ego. When the thinking type's inferior feeling erupts, it does not emerge as mature, discriminating value judgment. It emerges as raw sentiment, as irrational attachment, as sudden passionate conviction that the thinking function cannot justify. Human beings have always disagreed, not merely about facts, not merely about preferences, but about what constitutes reality itself. One philosopher insists that reason is the only reliable guide to truth. Another, that experience alone can ground genuine knowledge. One thinker sees history as the unfolding of spirit. Another sees it as the collision of material forces. These disagreements run so deep that they seem irresolvable, as though the disputants are not merely arguing different positions, but inhabiting different worlds. Jung's great insight in psychological types, published in 1921, was to take this observation seriously as a philosophical problem, rather than dismissing it as mere intellectual error. The persistent, recurring nature of these conflicts suggested to him that they were not accidental. They were expressions of something structural in the human psyche itself. The thinking type and the feeling type are not simply different personalities. They are oriented toward genuinely different aspects of experience, and when either orientation is developed to its logical extreme, it produces a genuinely different philosophy of what the world is and how it can be known. Jung read the entire history of Western thought as a series of battles between typological orientations, and this reading transforms typology from a personality classification into a philosophy of intellectual history. The rationalism of Descartes, with its confidence in the self-evident deliverances of pure reason, stands in perpetual tension with the empiricism of Hume, who trusted only the testimony of the senses and dissolved even causality into habitual expectation. Hegel's idealism, which understood reality as the self-development of Geist through contradiction and synthesis, collides with the materialism of Marx, who inverted the entire framework and placed matter, labor, and economic relations at the foundation of all human life. Nietzsche's analysis of Greek culture as a contest between Apollonian order and Dionysian excess is itself, for Jung, a typological drama staged at the level of civilization. These are not simply philosophical disagreements. They are the manifestations of different psychological orientations asserting themselves as universal truths. What this means philosophically is profound. If typological orientation shapes what counts as evidence, what counts as explanation, and what counts as reality, then no purely logical argument can resolve the deepest conflicts between philosophical positions. The rationalist and the empiricist are not making errors that better reasoning would correct. They are each expressing a genuine dimension of human experience, whilst necessarily neglecting its counterpart. Jung was not advocating relativism. He was insisting that the full truth requires both orientations, that every one-sided philosophical position purchases its clarity and coherence at the cost of what it excludes. The history of ideas is not simply a progress toward better theories. It is the psyche working through its own internal tensions at the level of collective thought. This brings into view a principle that will become central to everything Jung developed afterwards: the principle of compensation. When a typological attitude becomes too one-sided, when it develops one function or orientation to the extreme exclusion of its opposite, the unconscious responds. It compensates through dreams, through symptoms, through mood disturbances. In 2 essays on analytical psychology, Jung describes how the psyche is always working toward balance within the typological domain, even when the ego is actively working against it. The relentlessly rational thinker finds himself ambushed by irrational emotions he cannot account for. The person who has built an entire identity around feeling and relational warmth discovers, in moments of crisis, a cold and ruthless clarity that disturbs her profoundly. The unconscious is not passive. It is not simply a reservoir of what has been forgotten. It is purposive, actively oriented toward the completion of what consciousness has left unfinished. The philosophical significance of this cannot be overstated. Jung is not merely describing a psychological mechanism. Part 6. Anima and Animus. Animus, Anima. Every man carries within him a figure he did not choose and cannot simply discard. Jung called her the Anima, and she is one of the most consequential discoveries in all of analytical psychology. She is not a memory of any particular woman, not a fantasy constructed from personal experience alone, and not a wish projection in any simple Freudian sense. She is something older and stranger than any of these. The accumulated deposit of all men's experience of women across the entire history of the species, compressed into a structural feature of the male unconscious. In 2 essays on analytical psychology, Jung described her as the archetype of life itself in the male psyche, the inner figure who gives a man access to his feeling life, his creative imagination, and the spiritual depths that the masculine orientation tends, by its very nature, to exclude. She is not an addition to the psyche. She is a necessity of it. She makes herself known most powerfully through projection. When a man encounters a particular woman and feels something that cannot be explained by her individual qualities alone, something overwhelming, compulsive, and numinous, he is almost certainly in the grip of the anima. The outer woman has become the carrier of an inner image, and the intensity of his response belongs not to her, but to the archetype she has activated. This is the experience of falling in love in its most extreme form. Not the gradual deepening of genuine knowledge, but the sudden seizure of consciousness by a figure from the depths. The woman seems to shine with a light that is not quite her own, because it is not. It is the light of the soul image she has called forth. Jung traced the development of this inner figure across 4 stages in Aeon, and each stage reveals a different quality of relationship between a man and his own inner feminine. At the most primitive level, which Jung named Eve, the anima is wholly biological and instinctual. The man at this stage is driven by compulsive attraction with no capacity for genuine relationship, because he cannot yet distinguish the inner image from the outer person. The woman he pursues is, for him, indistinguishable from the archetype. She exists not as herself, but as the embodiment of an overwhelming inner necessity. There is no cruelty in this, but there is a profound limitation. The man is relating entirely to his own depths, whilst believing he is relating to another person. At the Helen stage, the anima acquires romantic and aesthetic dimensions. The inner feminine has become more refined, capable of inspiring devotion and admiration, capable of drawing forth something genuinely elevated in the man who carries her. Yet the structure remains the same. The woman onto whom this image is projected is still being asked to embody something she is not, to carry the weight of an inner figure that belongs to the man's own soul. At the Mary stage, the anima becomes spiritual, even sacred. She is no longer merely beautiful or desirable. She is pure, elevated, and redemptive. This is a genuine advance in the quality of the man's inner life, but it carries its own danger, because the higher the projection, the more devastating its inevitable collapse. Real women cannot sustain the weight of divinity any more than they can sustain the weight of any other archetype. What each of these three stages shares is the fundamental structure of projection. The man remains in relationship with his own inner image, rather than with the actual woman before him. Each stage represents a real development in consciousness, a genuine refinement of the soul's capacity, and yet each also represents a continued limitation. The question that haunts the entire sequence is whether the man can take the final and most demanding step. The Sophia stage answers that question. At this level of development, the man has done sufficient inner work to begin withdrawing his anima projections, not eliminating them, but recognizing them as his own. He can encounter actual women with something approaching genuine perception, seeing them as they are, rather than as his soul image demands them to be. This is already a transformation of considerable significance. But Jung's account in Aeon points towards something even more profound. The Sophia Anima does not simply cease to function once projections are withdrawn. Where the anima haunts the male psyche as a figure of mood and feeling, something that colors a man's inner world like weather moving through an open sky, the animus operates differently. He is not a figure of atmosphere but of pronouncement. In the female psyche, the contrasexual archetype manifests primarily as opinion, as logos, as the voice that speaks with absolute and impersonal authority. This is the structural parallel Jung identified, and yet it is not a simple mirror image. The anima tends to dissolve boundaries, to draw a man into the irrational depths of feeling. The animus tends to harden them, to substitute certainty for nuance, to replace the living complexity of a woman's actual feeling life with judgments that feel utterly final. Jung described the negative animus with particular precision in 2 essays on analytical psychology. The negative animus is the inner voice that says, "You always and you never." It is the voice of absolute condemnation, sweeping and impersonal, disconnected from the specific and relational texture of actual experience. A woman under the influence of this unintegrated animus does not feel her own feelings and think her own thoughts so much as find herself possessed by opinions that arrive with the force of certainties. She may become argumentative in a peculiarly rigid way, defending positions not because she has genuinely reasoned her way to them, but because the animus has seized her and speaks through her. Or the voice turns inward, becoming a relentless inner critic that undermines her confidence and creativity before either can fully form. The animus in this negative mode is not her thinking. It is thinking that has her. This distinction matters philosophically because it points to what the animus actually is at the structural level. Just as the anima is the deposit of all a man's ancestral experience of woman accumulated across generations and crystallized into an inner figure, the animus is the deposit of all a woman's ancestral experience of man. He carries within him the long history of masculine authority, masculine pronouncement, masculine logos. When he operates unconsciously, he imports that authority wholesale into a woman's inner life, and it operates not as her own thought, but as an alien force that mimics thought, whilst bypassing the genuine process of thinking. The woman who has not begun to relate consciously to her animus does not possess her own intellectual and spiritual authority. She is possessed by a borrowed version of it. The developmental trajectory Jung traced for the animus runs parallel to the anima's 4 stages, though with its own characteristic qualities at each level. At the most primitive stage, the animus appears as sheer physical power. He is the man of muscle rather than mind, and his influence at this level manifests as a woman's susceptibility to raw power, to the fantasy of being overwhelmed or rescued. As the animus develops, he becomes the man of action, the hero, the one who does and achieves. At the 3rd stage, he becomes the bearer of the word, the teacher, the preacher, the figure associated with intellectual and spiritual authority. And at his highest development, the animus becomes something altogether more subtle and more profound. The inner guide who points not toward any particular doctrine or achievement, but toward the deepest layers of the psyche and ultimately toward the self. Jung observed, in 2 essays on analytical psychology, that the positive animus, consciously related to and integrated, can give a woman what he called spiritual firmness, an invisible inner support that enables genuine independence of thought and action. This is the philosophical heart of the animus theory. The goal is not the elimination of the masculine principle within the female psyche, but its transformation from an autonomous, possessing force into a genuine inner resource. When a woman develops a real relationship to her animus, she does not become masculine in any superficial sense. She gains access to her own intellectual and spiritual authority, her own capacity for independent judgment, grounded in her actual experience rather than borrowed from an unconscious archetype. There is a question buried inside the theory of the Anima and Animus that, once you see it clearly, becomes impossible to dismiss. If our most intense experiences of other people are, at least in part, projections of inner, archetypal figures, if the woman who seems to glow with mysterious significance is partly illuminated by a man's own inner feminine, and the man who appears as a figure of compelling authority is partly constructed from a woman's own inner masculine, then what does genuine relationship actually mean? What remains of love once you understand its mechanism? Jung's answer to this question is demanding, and it refuses the easy consolations. Genuine relationship requires the withdrawal of projection. It requires the recognition that the qualities one has attributed to the other person belong, in the first instance, to one's own inner life. It requires the willingness, which is harder than it sounds, to encounter the other as they actually are, rather than as the soul image insists they must be. This is not a counsel of disenchantment. The withdrawal of projection does not dissolve love, it transforms it. The compulsive, numinous, almost unbearable quality of projected love, that sense of having found the one person in the world who completes you, gives way to something quieter, and Jung insists, far more durable. The love of an actual, particular, irreducibly other human being. Jung frames this as the movement from eros to agape. Eros, in this sense, is the compulsive pull of projection, the gravity of the archetype, working through another person. Agape is the freely chosen love of the real, the love that persists not because the other person continues to carry your unlived life, but because you have genuinely encountered them and chosen to remain. The distinction carries an epistemological weight that extends well beyond romantic love. What Jung is describing is not a peculiarity of intimate relationships, but a fundamental condition of human perception itself. We never encounter the world in a purely objective way. We always encounter it through the lens of our own psychic contents, through our complexes, our archetypes, our unlived possibilities, our unacknowledged fears. The Anima and Animus are the most dramatic and most philosophically visible examples of this, but they are instances of a universal principle. Every strong reaction, every inexplicable fascination, every disproportionate aversion, every moment when another person seems to embody something almost mythic, is partly a mirror. It reflects back something that belongs to the inner life rather than to the outer world. Jung states this with characteristic directness in Ion, where he writes that the world is as we are. The formulation is precise and worth dwelling on. It is not that the world is merely a projection, not that the outer world has no independent reality. Jung is not a solipsist. The claim is perspectival. What we perceive and how we perceive it is always partly a function of the perceiving subject. The psyche does not passively receive the world. It actively shapes what it receives according to its own interior structure. And that interior structure is largely unconscious. Most of the coloring we apply to experience, most of the emotional charge we attach to persons and situations, arrives without our awareness or consent. The consequence for epistemology is serious. If all perception is partly projection, then the pursuit of genuine knowledge of the world and of other people is inseparable from the work of making the unconscious conscious. To know more clearly, you must first see yourself more clearly. Cleaning the lens is not a metaphor. It is a philosophical program. The implications of this program become most urgent when you follow them into the domain of politics and culture. The same limitation that makes a man fall compulsively in love with a woman who carries his anima is what makes a nation demonize a people who carry its collective shadow. The mechanism is identical. Only the scale differs. In the undiscovered self, Jung analyses with considerable gravity how the failure of this capacity at the collective level produced the political catastrophes of the 20th century. When a society refuses the work of self-knowledge, when it cannot acknowledge its own violence, its own greed, its own capacity for cruelty, those contents do not disappear. Part 7. Individuation. Jung borrowed the term individuation from the Latin individuus, meaning undivided. That etymology is not incidental. It is philosophically precise. And Jung knew it. Individuation is not the process of becoming more separate from others, more isolated, more self-contained. It is the process of becoming more fully oneself, more internally coherent, more completely what one most essentially is. In 2 essays on analytical psychology, Jung defines individuation as becoming a single, homogeneous being, and insofar as individuality embraces our innermost, last, and incomparable uniqueness, it also implies becoming one's own self. The language is careful. Innermost, last, incomparable. These are not the qualities of the social persona or the consciously cultivated character. They point towards something deeper, something that was always there, but has not yet been fully realized. There is a paradox built into this definition, and Jung does not try to dissolve it. The most individual thing a person can become is, at the deepest level, the further one descends into genuine selfhood, the more one encounters the collective unconscious, that vast inherited substrate of human experience that no individual has manufactured and no individual owns. The person who has gone furthest into their own depths does not find a sealed private world. They find the shared grammar of the human soul. Individuation, then, is not a retreat into the merely personal. It is a movement through the personal into something that is simultaneously uniquely one's own and common to all of humanity. To understand what individuation actually is, it helps to be clear about what it is not. The first confusion to dispel is between individuation and individualism. In the social and political sense, individualism means the assertion of the ego's independence, its rights, its self-sufficiency, its freedom from constraint. This is almost the opposite of what Jung means. Individuation does not strengthen the ego's claim to supremacy over the psyche. It does precisely the reverse. The individuation process requires the ego to be repeatedly humbled before the larger reality of the unconscious, to recognize that it is not the master of the house, but a resident among many. Ego inflation, the condition in which the ego mistakes itself for the whole of the personality, is not a stage on the path to individuation. It is a symptom of having failed to begin it. The second confusion is between individuation and self-improvement. This one is subtler, and perhaps more culturally pervasive. Self-improvement, in the contemporary sense, means optimizing what one already consciously is, becoming more productive, more disciplined, more skilled, more admired. It is a project carried out by the ego, for the ego, according to the ego's existing values. Individuation is something fundamentally different. It is not about becoming a better version of what one already consciously is. It is about becoming what one is not yet conscious of. It demands the integration of the shadow, those qualities one has disowned and projected outward. It requires a genuine encounter with the Anima, or Animus, the contrasexual dimension of the psyche that carries depths of feeling or reasoning the conscious personality has neglected. And it moves, ultimately, toward a relationship with the self, that organizing center of the total psyche which is larger than the ego and has been present, in some sense, from the beginning. In The Development of Personality, Jung is explicit that individuation is not a program one adopts, but a calling one discovers. Not a technique to be applied, but something closer to a fate to be met. This brings into focus the temporal character of individuation, and it is philosophically significant. Jung is insistent that no one completes the individuation process. The claim to have done so is itself, in his view, a symptom of inflation, a sign that the ego has once again mistaken its partial perspective for the whole. What individuation offers is not perfection, but wholeness. And wholeness, for Jung, always includes darkness, limitation, and the unresolved tension of opposites. A whole person is not a flawless person. They are a person who has met themselves honestly, who has looked into their own depths without flinching, and who has found a way to live in conscious relationship with all of what they are, including what is difficult, contradictory, and unresolved. This is a deeply countercultural claim. Individuation does not begin with a decision. It begins with a collapse. Something that has organized a life, given it shape and purpose and social legibility, ceases to hold. A career that once felt like a calling reveals itself as a costume. A relationship that structured one's sense of self dissolves. A role that provided meaning for decades suddenly feels hollow, performed, borrowed. What Jung described in 2 essays on analytical psychology as the midlife crisis is, in his reading, not a failure of nerve or a symptom of weakness. It is the persona breaking under the weight of what it was never meant to carry. The persona, as we have seen, is the mask shaped by social expectation and personal adaptation. In the first half of life, building it is the appropriate task. The young person who constructs a coherent professional identity, who earns a reputation and learns to function effectively within the world's demands, has done something genuinely necessary. But the persona is not the self, And when the structures of the first half of life have been successfully established, something deeper begins to press against them. The values and ambitions that organized the first 30 or 40 years no longer satisfy. The person who has achieved what they set out to achieve finds, unexpectedly, that achievement is not enough. The collapse of the persona is experienced as catastrophe. It is, in fact, the first genuine invitation to self-knowledge, because the question the collapse forces is one that most people spend their lives successfully avoiding. If one am not my role, my reputation, my social function, then who am one? Is less than #0, 5# is greater than. That question, genuinely asked, rather than quickly answered with another identity, opens the interior. And what the interior first reveals is not light. The confrontation with the shadow is the most morally demanding stage of the individuation process, and Jung did not soften its requirements. In Aeon, he described this stage as requiring the ego to hold its own against the power of the unconscious, to maintain its integrity whilst acknowledging its own darkness. What this means in practice is the withdrawal of projection. The qualities one most despises in others, the traits one finds intolerable, the behaviors one condemns with the greatest heat, these are precisely the qualities that belong to the shadow. The person who responds to dishonesty in others with disproportionate fury is, in Jung's analysis, encountering their own unacknowledged capacity for dishonesty. The one who cannot tolerate weakness in those around them has not yet faced the weakness within. Most people spend their lives avoiding this recognition. The shadow is kept at bay through projection, through the comfortable conviction that the darkness belongs elsewhere, in other people, other nations, other times. Withdrawing that projection, accepting that the darkness is one's own, is an act of moral courage that reorganizes the psyche. It is also, paradoxically, liberating. The energy that has been spent maintaining the projection, sustaining the fiction of one's own purity, is released. Something opens. But the shadow's integration does not complete the journey. It reveals, rather, how much further there is to go. If the shadow is the dark twin of the ego, shaped by the same personal history, then what lies beneath it? What is the figure that mediates not the personal unconscious but the deeper layers of the psyche entirely? That figure is the anima in a man, the animus in a woman, and the encounter with this inner soul figure is the stage that most directly transforms the individual's relationship to the world, because it is the stage that most directly concerns the nature of relationship itself. The Anima, as Jung described her in 2 essays on analytical psychology, is the inner woman, the contrasexual soul figure who carries the qualities that have been excluded from the conscious personality. In her projected form, she appears as the idealized or demonized beloved, the person onto whom one casts the full weight of one's unlived interior life. Falling in love, in Jung's analysis, is very often the anima or animus speaking. The soul figure encountered in another person before it has been recognized within. The work of this stage is withdrawal and internalization. Jung never presented individuation as a luxury available to those with sufficient leisure and inclination. He understood it as an obligation, and the distinction matters enormously. In The Development of Personality, he was explicit on this point. The person who refuses the call to become who they truly are does not thereby become harmless. They become more dangerous. The unconscious contents that remain unexamined do not dissolve through neglect. They accumulate, gather force, and eventually find expression through channels that bypass conscious intention entirely. The unlived life does not simply wait. It transforms into resentment, into depression, into the sudden violence of a personality that has never learned to contain itself. Jung's formulation that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are is often quoted as an invitation. It is better understood as a warning. The refusal to know oneself is never merely a private failure. The person who will not look inward does not thereby leave the world undisturbed. They project their inner darkness outward, onto their relationships, their communities, their politics, and their enemies, and the world receives what they could not bear to acknowledge in themselves. This is why individuation carries genuine moral weight in Jung's framework. The shadow, when unrecognized, it finds a host in the external world, a figure onto whom all that is despised and feared in the self can be loaded and condemned. The individual who has refused the encounter with their own darkness becomes, in a very precise sense, a vehicle for that darkness in the world. Their certainty about the evil of others is proportional to their ignorance of themselves. And because this dynamic operates below the threshold of conscious awareness, it is extraordinarily resistant to ordinary moral argument. One cannot reason a person out of a projection they do not know they are making. The only path through is the one Jung prescribed: descent into the self, confrontation with what lies there, and the slow, difficult work of integration. The social and cultural dimension of this argument is where Jung's thinking becomes genuinely political, though it is rarely recognized as such. Jung believed that the health of a culture depends directly on the number of individuated individuals within it. People who have done enough inner work to resist the pull of collective identification, to withstand the pressure of mass psychology, and to see through the dangerous simplifications of ideology, become, in a very real sense, the immune system of a civilization. In The Undiscovered Self, Jung analyzed the catastrophes of the 20th century as failures of individuation on a collective scale. Entire populations who had not confronted their own shadow projected it outward onto scapegoats, with results that history recorded in the most terrible terms imaginable. The mechanisms were psychological before they were political. The ideology provided the target. The unintegrated psyche provided the energy. Individuation is, in this light, Jung's answer to the oldest question of political philosophy. How can human beings live together without destroying each other? His answer is not institutional but psychological. Structures of governance matter, but they are insufficient without the inner work that makes genuine moral agency possible. What makes this argument so demanding is precisely that it cannot be discharged collectively. There is no mass individuation, no social program that produces integrated human beings at scale. The process is irreducibly individual, undertaken in solitude and in depth, and yet its consequences are irreducibly social. The tension between these two facts sits at the heart of Jung's vision. Each person who refuses the encounter with themselves adds, however invisibly, to the collective burden of unprocessed darkness that a culture must somehow carry. Each person who undertakes that encounter, however imperfectly, reduces it. Individuation also carries a specifically modern weight that distinguishes it from any previous spiritual or ethical tradition. In Modern Man in Search of a Soul, published in 1933, Jung observed that the contemporary individual is thrown back upon himself in a way that has no real historical precedent. Part 8. The Self. Jung's most important concept is also his most philosophically demanding, and it requires from the outset a distinction that cuts against the grain of almost everything modern Western culture has taught us about who we are. The self, in Jung's technical vocabulary, is not the ego. It is not the one that wakes each morning, makes decisions, narrates experience, and moves through the world with a sense of personal continuity. The ego is real, and Jung never dismisses it. But it is a part. The self, as Jung defines it in Aeon, is the totality of the psyche, conscious and unconscious together, personal history and collective inheritance, the known and the radically unknown, considered as a unified and coherent whole. It is simultaneously the center and the circumference of psychological life. It is the organizing principle that gives the entire psyche its direction and coherence, and the totality within which the ego operates as one element among many. This is not a terminological refinement. It is the foundation of Jung's entire developmental philosophy, and once it is grasped, almost everything else in his system follows from it. The ego, on Jung's account, is the center of consciousness. It is the seat of will, attention, and personal identity. Without it, there is no coherent experience, no capacity to engage with reality, no ability to navigate the demands of ordinary life. Jung is emphatic on this point. A strong, well-formed ego is not an obstacle to psychological development, but a precondition for it. Without a coherent ego, the encounter with the deeper layers of the unconscious is not liberating, but catastrophic. The boundary between self and world dissolves, and what results is not enlightenment, but something closer to psychosis. The ego must be strong enough to withstand what the unconscious contains. And yet, having said all of this, Jung insists on something that the modern world finds deeply uncomfortable. The ego is not the master of the psyche. It is, as he puts it, the conscious representative of a larger whole that exceeds and encompasses it. In Aeon, Jung reaches for an image to capture this relationship, describing the ego's position relative to the self as analogous to the relationship of a moved to a mover, or of a part to the whole that contains it. The ego does not generate the psyche's deeper life. It receives it, translates it, and is shaped by forces it did not choose and cannot fully control. This is a profoundly countercultural claim. The entire project of modern Western civilization has, in many respects, been organized around the elevation of the autonomous ego as the measure of all things. Jung's psychology quietly dismantles that assumption. The ego is necessary, but it is not sovereign. Its proper relationship to the self is one that requires both strength and humility in equal measure. Amongst the most compelling evidence Jung offers for the reality of the self as a distinct psychic structure is the phenomenon of the mandala. The mandala is a symmetrical, centered, circular image, typically organized around a central point and divided into quadrants or other symmetrical arrangements. Jung's encounter with this image began not in a library but in his own inner life. During the years between 1913 and 1919, the period he later described as the Nekia, the descent into the underworld, Jung began drawing mandalas spontaneously each morning without fully understanding why. He recorded this in memories, dreams, reflections, noting that he only gradually came to recognize these drawings as images of the psyche's own wholeness, representations of his own psychological state at a given moment in the process of integration. What struck him with increasing force was that the same image appeared everywhere he looked. He found it in medieval Christian illuminated manuscripts, where it organized images of Christ and the evangelists into a fourfold symmetry. He found it in Tibetan Buddhist thangkas, where the mandala served as a meditation object and a map of enlightened mind. He found it in Navajo sand paintings, created in ceremonial healing rituals and destroyed upon completion. He found it in the rose windows of Gothic cathedrals, those vast circular compositions of light and color centered on a single luminous point. There is a moment in Jung's work where psychology ceases to be merely a science of the mind and becomes something altogether more vertiginous. It arrives when Jung makes a claim so philosophically charged that it unsettled theologians, alarmed rationalists, and fascinated everyone who encountered it seriously. The claim is this: the archetype of the self, as it appears in the depths of the unconscious, is psychologically indistinguishable from the God image. To understand precisely what this means, it helps to recall what the self is in Jung's architecture. It is not the ego, not the conscious personality, but the totality of the psyche, the organizing center that stands behind and beyond ordinary consciousness. When it appears in dreams and visions, it does so clothed in imagery of absolute authority, of luminous wholeness, of something simultaneously intimate and utterly transcendent. The numinosity that Rudolf Otto identified as the defining quality of religious experience, that overwhelming sense of encountering something wholly other, something that annihilates the ordinary self, even as it draws it forward. This is precisely the quality that attaches to encounters with the self in the unconscious. In psychology and religion, Jung formulated the relationship with characteristic precision. The God image does not coincide with the unconscious as such, but with a special content of it, namely, the archetype of the self. The symbols that humanity has always used to represent the divine, the mandala, the divine child, the eternal light, the coincidence of opposites, are the same symbols that appear spontaneously when the self announces itself from the depths. This is not a coincidence. It is, for Jung, a recognition. What makes this claim philosophically explosive, rather than merely provocative, is the care with which Jung distinguishes the psychological assertion from the metaphysical one. He does not say that the self is God. That would be a claim about ultimate reality, about what exists beyond the boundaries of human experience, and Jung regarded such assertions as beyond the competence of psychology. What he says is more precise and, in its own way, more radical. The God image, as it appears in human experience, is psychologically equivalent to the self. The encounter with the deepest layers of the psyche has always been experienced and described in religious terms, not because the religious traditions were confused or merely projecting, but because they were encountering the same reality that depth psychology now approaches from a different angle. Jung called his method psychological empiricism, by which he meant that he claimed only to describe what actually appears in the psyche, following the phenomena wherever they led, without importing metaphysical assumptions from outside. And yet his later writings suggest the boundary was not always so clean. In Answer to Job, and in the autobiographical reflections gathered in Memories, Dreams, Reflections, Jung writes with an urgency and a personal conviction that exceeds the careful methodological restraint of his earlier formulations. He speaks of the reality encountered in the depths of the psyche as something that has an existence independent of the human mind, something that is not merely a projection of inner life, but a genuine encounter with a transpersonal power. Whether this constitutes a metaphysical claim or an empirical observation about the nature of the unconscious is a question Jung himself never fully resolved, and the tension between his stated empiricism and his evident sense of having touched something real and vast is one of the most philosophically alive tensions in all of his work. The consequences of this identification extend through everything Jung understood about religion and about individuation. If the self is psychologically equivalent to the God image, then the individuation process, the long interior journey toward wholeness that Jung regarded as the central task of human existence, is the same journey that the great spiritual traditions have always described in their own symbolic languages. The Christian mystic's progressive union with God, the Buddhist practitioner's gradual dissolution of the ego's rigid boundaries, the alchemist's patient labor toward the lapis philosophorum, the philosopher's stone that transforms base matter into gold. These are not separate projects. There is a word Jung returned to again and again when he tried to describe what it felt like to live in genuine alignment with the deepest layer of the psyche: daimon. He borrowed it from the Greeks, and from Socrates in particular, who spoke of an inner voice that guided him, not by telling him what to do, but by telling him what he must not do, what he could not do without betraying something essential in his own nature. Jung found in this ancient concept something that his own psychology had been circling from the beginning. The daimon is not a desire. It is not a preference or an ambition. It is something more fundamental, a demand that arises from one's deepest nature and insists on expression, regardless of whether the ego finds it convenient or the world finds it acceptable. In memories, dreams, reflections, Jung described his own sense of this demand as something present from childhood. There was, he wrote, a feeling of inner necessity, of being driven toward something he had not chosen and could not refuse. He connected this to his reading of Goethe's Faust, a work he regarded not merely as literature, but as a document of psychological truth. Faust is a man who cannot rest within the limits of what he knows or what he has achieved, because something in him insists on more, not more success or more pleasure, but more depth, more reality, more contact with the full range of what existence contains. Jung saw in Faust a portrait of the individuating person, someone driven not by ego ambition, but by the daimon's relentless pressure toward wholeness. The crucial distinction here is between the ego's wishes and the self's demands. These are not the same thing, and they frequently conflict. The ego wants comfort, recognition, continuity, the preservation of the image it has constructed of itself. The self wants something else entirely: the integration of what has been rejected, the confrontation with what has been feared, the sacrifice of what the ego most prizes in order to become what the psyche most deeply is. Living from the self is therefore not a comfortable or socially legible achievement. The individuated person is not the person who has accumulated the most success or maintained the most admirable moral record. They are the person who has found and followed the thread of their own deepest nature, even when that thread led away from approval, away from safety, and into the difficult territory of genuine self-knowledge. This brings us to one of the most striking paradoxes in Jung's entire philosophy. The deeper a person goes into their own particular nature, the more genuinely connected to others they become. Jung stated this directly in 2 essays on analytical psychology. Individuation does not shut one out from the world, but gathers the world to oneself. The person who has touched the deepest layer of their own psyche has not arrived at something merely private or eccentric. They have arrived at the layer of the psyche that is shared by all of humanity, the collective unconscious, the inherited ground from which all individual experience grows. The most individual thing turns out to be the most universal. This paradox is what distinguishes individuation from narcissism, and the distinction matters enormously. The narcissist is preoccupied with the ego's image and its reflection in the eyes of others. Their entire psychic life is organized around the surface, around how they appear, how they are perceived, how their self-conception is confirmed or threatened. The individuated person has moved through the ego to a deeper ground, a center that is both utterly personal and utterly transpersonal. Their engagement with others is not a search for reflection but a genuine encounter, because they are no longer imprisoned within the ego's anxious need for validation. Wholeness, in Jung's sense, is not self-absorption. It is the condition that makes genuine relatedness possible. The self, however, is not a destination. This is perhaps the most important thing to understand about what wholeness actually looks like in practice. Jung was explicit that the self is a direction of movement rather than a fixed point of arrival. In Memories, Dreams, Reflections, he described his own life as a process of gradual self-discovery in which the meaning only became clear in retrospect, as a pattern that could be seen only from a distance, only after enough of the journey had been completed to reveal its shape. The self cannot be achieved and then possessed. Part 9. The Principle of Opposites. Beneath every specific concept Jung developed, beneath the shadow and the anima, beneath the typological functions and the compensatory patterns of the unconscious, there runs a single fundamental principle. Jung called it the principle of opposites. And it is not merely one idea among others in his system. It is the metaphysical foundation upon which the entire architecture rests. The psyche, for Jung, is not a substance. It is not a thing that simply exists. It is a dynamic, a field of tension between opposing forces, and it is precisely this tension that constitutes psychic life in the fullest sense. Jung was explicit about his intellectual debts here. He acknowledged Heraclitus, the pre-Socratic philosopher, who held that all reality is generated by the strife of opposites. That fire is the fundamental principle of existence, precisely because it is always in tension with what it consumes and transforms. He drew equally on the Chinese concept of yin and yang, which he encountered through his sustained engagement with the One Qing, the recognition that reality is not a static unity, but a ceaseless interplay between complementary and opposing principles. What Jung contributed was a specifically psychological formulation of this ancient insight. Conscious and unconscious, ego and self, anima and animus, thinking and feeling, extroversion and introversion. Each of these familiar pairs is not a coincidence of structure. Each is an expression of the same underlying reality, that the psyche is constituted by the tension between its own poles. This is why the concept of psychic energy, which Jung analyzed in detail in his 1928 essay on psychic energy, is inseparable from the principle of opposites. Jung drew an explicit analogy with electrical energy. Just as a current is generated by the difference in potential between two poles, psychic energy is generated by the tension between opposing psychic contents. The greater the difference in potential, the greater the charge. A person genuinely torn between two deeply held values, two compelling but incompatible desires, two authentic but opposing aspects of their own nature, is a person in whom psychic energy is intensely alive. The tension is uncomfortable, sometimes agonizing, but it is generative. It is the condition of vitality itself. What follows from this is both clinically precise and philosophically far-reaching. When the tension collapses, when one side of a fundamental opposition is suppressed, denied, or simply overwhelmed by the other, psychic energy does not merely diminish. It drains away. Depression, apathy, the quiet but pervasive sense that life has lost its meaning and its charge. These are not, for Jung, primarily chemical events or failures of will. They are symptoms of collapsed tension. One side of a fundamental opposition has won too completely. The conscious personality has achieved a kind of false coherence by eliminating the friction of its own opposite, and in doing so, it has eliminated the very source of its vitality. This energetic account is what lies beneath the compensatory patterns already observed in Jung's typology. It explains not merely that the psyche compensates, but why it must. Compensation is the psyche's attempt to restore the tension that generates its own life. The law that follows from this principle has a name Jung borrowed directly from Heraclitus: enantiodromia, the tendency of any extreme to transform into its opposite. Jung applied it systematically in psychological types, and its logic is relentless. The most rigidly rational person, if rationality is pursued far enough and the irrational is suppressed with sufficient thoroughness, eventually breaks down into precisely the irrational chaos they spent their life excluding. The most controlled personality eventually erupts. The most idealistic movement eventually produces its own corruption, because the shadow of its idealism has been accumulating energy in the dark throughout the entire period of its apparent triumph. Jung applied this principle not only to individuals but to civilizations. The Enlightenment's extreme rationalism, its systematic suppression of myth, symbol, and the irrational dimensions of human experience, did not produce a world free from irrationality. It produced the catastrophic eruptions of the 20th century, the mass movements, the ideological violence, the shadow projections of entire nations onto carefully constructed enemies. There is a moment in any genuine inner conflict when the mind reaches an impasse. Two positions confront one another, each carrying real weight, each refusing to yield. The habitual response is to force a resolution, to choose one side and suppress the other, restoring a kind of order at the cost of something living. Jung identified this suppression as one of the central failures of the modern psyche. What he called the transcendent function is precisely what becomes possible when that suppression is refused. The transcendent function is not a faculty the mind possesses, nor a technique that can be applied at will. It is a process, a spontaneous creative activity that arises within the psyche when the ego is willing to hold the tension between opposites without prematurely collapsing it in favor of either side. Jung wrote about this process in an essay composed in 1916, though it remained unpublished until 1958, as if the idea itself needed decades to find its moment. In that essay, he described what happens when the confrontation between two opposing psychic positions is genuinely sustained. The tension accumulates energy, and from that charged suspension, something new emerges. Not a compromise, not a logical synthesis, but what he called a living, third thing, a movement out of the suspension between opposites that leads to a new level of being. He was insistent on the distinction. A logical synthesis resolves the tension by absorbing both positions into a higher abstraction. The transcendent function produces something qualitatively different, something that could not have been predicted from either position alone. This process operates wherever genuine inner conflict is held consciously. It is not confined to the typological tensions explored earlier in this series. The friction between thinking and feeling, between introversion and extroversion. It operates between the ego and the shadow, between the conscious attitude and the compensatory voice of the unconscious, between any two psychic forces that stand in genuine opposition. What matters is not the specific content of the conflict but the quality of the holding. The ego must remain present to both sides without identifying exclusively with either. In that sustained presence, the psyche does something the ego cannot do by deliberate effort alone. It creates. This is why Jung understood the transcendent function as the fundamental mechanism of all genuine creativity, all genuine psychological growth, and all genuine religious experience. The great symbols of the world's religious traditions are, in his reading, the residue of exactly this process operating across human history. They are not decorative achievements or cultural accidents. They are the psyche's own record of successful tension holding crystallized into forms that have retained their charge across centuries precisely because they continue to hold opposites together rather than resolving them by elimination. Jung's analysis of the cross in his writings on psychology and religion makes this concrete. The cross holds together two axes that cannot be reduced to one another. The vertical speaks to the spiritual and transcendent. to what reaches beyond the merely human. The horizontal speaks to the earthly and embodied, to the world of time and matter and mortal relation. The cross does not resolve this tension. It images it, holds it in a single form, and gives meaning to both dimensions without sacrificing either. This is precisely the structure of the transcendent function rendered in symbol. The mandala, with its simultaneous enclosure and expansion, its union of center and circumference, performs the same function. The yin-yang holds darkness and light in perpetual mutual containment. The philosopher's stone of the alchemical tradition, which Jung spent decades analyzing, was understood by its practitioners as the product of a conjunction of opposites, the union of sulfur and mercury, of the fixed and the volatile, of the solar and the lunar. These images are not equivalent to one another in their specific cultural meanings, but they share a common psychological structure. They are symbols in the strict Jungian sense, living forms that point toward what cannot be directly stated, born from the same inner process that generates genuine psychological transformation. Active imagination is Jung's deliberate cultivation of this same process. In the 15th century, the German cardinal and philosopher Nicholas of Cusa proposed one of the most radical ideas in the history of Western theology. God, he argued, is the reality in which all opposites coincide, the infinite and the finite, being and non-being, eternity and time. None of these contradictions can be resolved by ordinary human reason, because ordinary human reason operates within the boundaries of opposition itself. To know God is to know the point at which all such boundaries dissolve. Cusa called this the coincidentia oppositorum, the coincidence of opposites, and he placed it at the very summit of human understanding, beyond the reach of logic, accessible only to what he called learned ignorance. Jung encountered Cusa's concept and recognized in it something that his own decades of clinical and theoretical work had been circling towards. In Mysterium Coniunctionis, his final and most philosophically ambitious work, Jung drew directly on Cusa to articulate what he had come to believe was the deepest truth, not merely about God, but about the nature of the psyche, and, by implication, about the nature of reality itself. The coincidentia oppositorum was not simply a theological curiosity. It was, Jung argued, the structural principle of the psyche at its deepest level. What Cusa had described as the nature of the divine, Jung recognized as the nature of the self. This transformation of a theological concept into a psychological and metaphysical one is characteristic of Jung's mature method, and it is important to understand precisely what he is and is not claiming. He is not reducing God to a psychological projection, though that reading has been common. He is proposing something more unsettling, that the structure of the deepest layer of the psyche and the structure of what religious traditions have called the divine are formally identical, and that this identity is not accidental. The psyche, at its ground, is organized according to the same principle that Cusa attributed to ultimate reality. Whether that tells us something about the psyche's relationship to reality, or whether it tells us that the concept of God has always been the human mind's way of symbolizing its own deepest nature, is a question Jung deliberately leaves open. In Ion, Jung described the self as the complexio oppositorum, the complex of opposites. The self is not the harmonious resolution of inner conflict. It is the psychic reality large enough to contain conflict without being destroyed by it. Conscious and unconscious, masculine and feminine, light and shadow, good and evil. The self holds all of these in a dynamic unity that transcends their apparent contradiction whilst preserving the genuine tension between them. This is not a static piece. It is a living coincidence of forces that would tear apart any psychological structure, too narrow or too rigid to bear them. The symbols that Jung associated with the self throughout his work all share this characteristic. The mandala holds opposing quadrants within a single circle. The philosopher's stone of the alchemists was understood as a substance that united the contrary principles of matter and spirit, sulfur and mercury, the fixed and the volatile. The divine child, born of the union of opposites, embodies a wholeness that neither parent alone could represent. In each case, the symbol points towards a reality that cannot be captured by either pole of an opposition, but only by something that contains both. The self is the psychological image of a reality that can hold all of this without being destroyed by it, and the coincidentia oppositorum is its defining structural principle. This brings Jung into direct confrontation with the either-or logic that has dominated Western rationalist thought since Aristotle. Formal logic insists that a thing cannot be both itself and its opposite simultaneously. A proposition is either true or false. A person is either good or wicked. This logic is entirely adequate for the domain of empirical facts and practical reasoning, but Jung's claim is that it is radically inadequate for the domain of psychic reality, where opposites do not merely coexist, but actively interpenetrate and mutually define one another. The shadow is not simply the absence of light. It is constituted by the same energy as the persona, organized differently. Part 10. Dreams and Active Imagination. Freud called the interpretation of dreams the royal road to a knowledge of the unconscious activities of the mind. Jung agreed with the destination entirely. It was the route map he rejected, and that rejection was not a minor technical disagreement between two clinicians comparing methods. It was a philosophical rupture about the fundamental nature of the unconscious itself, about what the psyche is, what it wants, and whether the darkness within us is primarily a place of concealment or a place of meaning. For Freud, the dream is essentially a deception. The unconscious harbors wishes, particularly wishes of a sexual or aggressive character that the conscious mind cannot tolerate, and the dreaming process disguises these wishes in symbolic form to evade the internal censor that would otherwise wake the sleeper in horror or shame. The dream image is a cover story. The analyst's task is to strip away the disguise, to follow chains of free association away from the manifest content until the latent content, the hidden wish, is exposed. The interpretation of dreams, published in 1900, built this entire architecture on a single governing assumption, that the unconscious is a repository of repressed material and that its communications are inherently distorted precisely because they cannot be communicated directly. The unconscious does not speak. It dissembles. Jung's break with this model was total, and it followed directly from his broader reconception of the unconscious as something far larger than Freud's private basement. If the unconscious contains not only personal repressions but the accumulated symbolic inheritance of the species, the archetypes and images that have structured human experience across all cultures and centuries, then the dream cannot be merely a disguised wish. It is a communication from a deeper order of psychic reality, one that has its own language and its own purposes. And crucially, for Jung, that language is not a disguise. The symbolic imagery of dreams is the natural mode of expression of the unconscious. It thinks in images, in mythological figures, in dramatic scenes, in the visual grammar of the collective imagination. The apparent obscurity of dreams is not the product of censorship, but of the fact that this is simply how the unconscious speaks. To treat its symbols as disguises is to misread them from the outset. This reframing carries an enormous consequence. Freud's interpretive model is retrospective and causal. The dream always points backward, toward the repressed childhood wish that generated it. The analyst excavates. Jung's model is prospective and compensatory. The dream points forward, toward what the psyche needs to become, and it compensates for the one-sidedness of the conscious attitude. A person who has lived entirely in the register of rational control and social conformity will dream of chaos, of wild figures, of subterranean worlds. A person consumed by feeling will dream of cold geometry and inexorable logic. The dream does not merely reflect the past. It corrects the present imbalance, nudging the psyche toward a wholeness it has not yet achieved. Jung articulated this in General Aspects of Dream Psychology in 1916. The dream is a spontaneous self-portrayal, in symbolic form, of the actual situation in the unconscious. Not a disguise. A portrait. The interpretive method that follows from this is radically different from Freudian free association, and understanding that difference is essential to grasping what Jung thought he was doing. Freud's method moves away from the dream image. The analyst takes a symbol, asks the patient to associate freely, and follows the chain of associations progressively further from the original content until the underlying wish surfaces. The dream image is merely the starting point. What matters is where the associations lead. Jung's method, which he called amplification, it moves toward the dream image, stays with it, circles around it, and seeks to understand its full symbolic depth by exploring its resonances across mythology, religion, art, and the history of human culture. Jung illustrated this with characteristic concreteness. In The Practical Use of Dream Analysis, he described a dreamer who encounters a figure of an old man carrying a lantern. Freudian free association would ask what personal memories or feelings the dreamer connects with old men and would follow those associations wherever they led. Active imagination stands as Jung's most important and most distinctive practical method, the point at which his theoretical architecture meets the actual texture of lived psychological experience. It is tempting to place it alongside dream interpretation as simply another technique for accessing the unconscious, but the relationship between the two is more precise than that. Dream interpretation receives what the unconscious sends. Active imagination goes to meet it. The dreamer is a passive recipient of the night's offerings. The practitioner of active imagination is something closer to an ambassador, crossing the border between conscious and unconscious life with full waking awareness and the deliberate intention to engage. The method itself requires a particular quality of attention that is difficult to sustain precisely because it falls between two more familiar states. The practitioner enters a condition of relaxed but alert waking consciousness, neither surrendered to sleep nor engaged in the ordinary analytical activity of rational thought. In this intermediate space, images, figures, and scenes arise spontaneously from the unconscious, and the practitioner attends to them with the same seriousness one would bring to an encounter with another person. Jung described his own practice of this method during what he called the Nekia, his years of deliberate descent into the unconscious, following his break with Freud in terms that leave no ambiguity about the intensity of what he was doing. In Memories, Dreams, Reflections, he writes of cultivating inner encounters that were as vivid and as real as any outer experience, encounters that left him shaken, instructed, and permanently altered. The Transcendent Function, written in 1916 though not published for decades, provides the theoretical scaffolding for what he was living through personally. What separates active imagination from passive fantasy or ordinary daydreaming is not the content of what arises but the nature of the ego's relationship to it. In passive fantasy, the ego is a spectator of the inner theater, watching figures move across an interior stage without ever stepping onto it. The images wash over the mind pleasantly or disturbingly, but nothing is genuinely at stake because the ego has not committed itself to the encounter. Active imagination is categorically different. The practitioner does not merely observe the inner figures, but engages with them, speaks to them, questions them, and crucially, allows them to respond whilst maintaining throughout the ego's own perspective and moral responsibility. The ego participates as one party in a genuine dialogue, not as a director controlling the script. Jung was insistent on this point in The Transcendent Function. The ego must hold its own in the encounter with the unconscious figure. It must neither suppress the figure, dismissing it as mere fantasy and reasserting rational control, nor be overwhelmed by it, losing itself in identification with the autonomous content. Both failures are real dangers. Suppression closes off the encounter before anything genuine can emerge. Identification produces the kind of inflation or possession that Jung associated with psychic crisis. The ego must remain sufficiently grounded to maintain its own perspective, whilst remaining sufficiently open to allow the unconscious figure to speak with its own authentic voice. This is the practical application of the transcendent function in its most demanding form. The ego and the unconscious meet as two parties in a genuine encounter, each bringing something the other lacks, and from that encounter, when it is conducted with sufficient honesty and courage, something genuinely new emerges. The third thing, the symbol that neither party could have produced alone, becomes possible. The figures Jung himself encountered through active imagination constitute some of the most philosophically significant evidence in his entire body of work. Philemon, the winged figure with the horns of a bull who appeared to Jung repeatedly during the Nekia, is the paradigmatic case. Philemon seemed to possess knowledge that Jung himself did not consciously have. He offered perspectives that surprised Jung, corrected him, and extended his understanding in directions he had not anticipated. The experience was profoundly disorienting in the most productive sense. A single dream tells you something. A series of dreams tells you everything. This distinction, which Jung developed most systematically in his 1934 essay, The Practical Use of Dream Analysis, is not merely a technical refinement of clinical method. It is a philosophical claim about the nature of the unconscious itself. When you interpret a single dream in isolation, you are working with a fragment, and fragments are inherently ambiguous. The symbolic content is underdetermined. The meaning floats. A snake in one dream might represent instinctual energy, or threat, or transformation, or the healing power of nature. Without context, without the accumulating pressure of related images across time, you cannot know which register the symbol is operating in. Jung's insistence on the series is therefore an insistence on patience, on the willingness to let the unconscious reveal its own direction, rather than forcing an interpretation onto a single isolated image. What the series reveals, when followed with genuine attention over weeks, months, or years, is something extraordinary. The unconscious is not producing random images. It is working through a specific set of problems, developing specific themes, and moving in a specific direction. The progression Jung observed in his patients followed a pattern that corresponded precisely to his theoretical account of individuation. The early dreams in a series typically confront the dreamer with the shadow, the rejected and unacknowledged dimensions of the personality. As that confrontation deepens, the anima or animus begins to appear, often initially as a disturbing or seductive figure, gradually becoming more differentiated and more capable of serving as a genuine guide to the deeper layers of the psyche. And then, in the later phases of a long series, the mandala begins to emerge. Circular images, fourfold structures, symbols of wholeness and centering. These are the markers, in Jung's reading, of the self approaching the threshold of consciousness. The dream series is not a collection of nightly entertainments. It is a map of the soul's journey toward its own completion. The most philosophically significant evidence for this claim came not from Jung's clinical practice, but from his collaboration with Wolfgang Pauli, the Austrian physicist and Nobel laureate. Pauli came to Jung in the early 1930s in a state of psychological crisis, and the dreams he brought into analysis over the following years became, in Jung's view, the most rigorous demonstration he had ever encountered of the purposiveness of the unconscious. The collaboration culminated in their joint 1952 publication, The Interpretation of Nature and the Psyche, in which Pauli's dream material was analyzed alongside Jung's theoretical account of synchronicity. What the dream series showed was not a man processing the anxieties of daily professional life. It showed a developmental arc of extraordinary precision, moving through exactly the stages that Jung's model predicted, with the symbolic content becoming progressively more integrated, more centered, more oriented toward wholeness. The philosophical weight of this collaboration is considerable. Pauli was not a credulous man. He was one of the most rigorous scientific intellects of the 20th century, a figure whose standards of precision were legendary even amongst physicists. And Pauli himself acknowledged the correspondence between the pattern Jung described and the pattern he experienced in his own dream life. He did not find the framework arbitrary or imposed. He found it genuinely illuminating, genuinely descriptive of something he recognized as real. When a mind of that quality cannot dismiss the pattern demands to be taken seriously on its own terms. What the purposive dream series implies, philosophically, is a direct challenge to the materialist account of mind. If the unconscious is genuinely moving through a developmental arc, if it is organizing symbolic material across years of dreaming in the direction of a specific psychological goal, then it cannot be adequately described as a byproduct of neural activity, a kind of psychic noise without inherent meaning or direction. It is a self-organizing system with something that functions like intention, like telos in the classical sense. The Aristotelian resonance is not accidental. Jung believed the psyche was oriented toward its own completion in a way that was structurally analogous to the way an acorn is oriented toward becoming an oak. Part 11. Myth, Religion, and the Numinous. Rudolf Otto published The Idea of the Holy in 1917, and the concept at its center remains one of the most precise and honest attempts to describe what religious experience actually is. Otto called it the numinous, and he characterized it with a phrase that has the quality of something discovered rather than invented, the mysterium tremendum et fascinans, the mystery that is simultaneously terrifying and fascinating, the presence that overwhelms and compels in equal measure, that stands utterly beyond the ego's comprehension and yet presses against it with an intimacy that no ordinary experience can match. Otto's insight was that this quality of encounter, this particular species of awe that borders on dread and yet draws the experiencer forward rather than sending them fleeing, is the irreducible core of all genuine religious life. Strip away the theology, the doctrine, the institutional apparatus, and what remains is this: the encounter with something whose power exceeds anything the conscious mind can contain. Jung accepted this entirely, and what he added to it was the crucial psychological dimension that transforms the concept from a description into an explanation. The numinous experience for Jung, is the experience of the archetype. It is the encounter with a content of the collective unconscious, whose autonomy and energy vastly exceed the ego's capacity to manage or domesticate it. When the self breaks through into consciousness, when the shadow confronts the ego with its own unacknowledged depths, when the anima appears in a dream with the force of an absolute demand, the phenomenology of that encounter is precisely what Otto described. The trembling, the fascination, the sense of confronting something that is both utterly foreign and yet somehow more deeply oneself than anything the ego has previously known. Jung's identification of the numinous with the archetypal transforms religious experience from a cultural or intellectual phenomenon into a psychological event of the first importance, one that cannot be dismissed without dismissing the reality of the unconscious itself. This is where Jung's response to both Freud and the broader Enlightenment tradition becomes philosophically decisive. Freud's account of religion is well known. It is an illusion, a collective projection of wish fulfillment onto a cosmic screen, the infantile need for a protective father elevated to a metaphysical principle. The Enlightenment tradition, in its various forms, treated religion as a primitive stage of intellectual development, a pre-scientific attempt to explain natural phenomena that science would eventually render obsolete. Both accounts share a common structure. They critique the literal claims of religious doctrine and conclude that because those claims are empirically unverifiable or psychologically motivated, religion as a whole can be set aside. Jung's response is that both accounts mistake the form for the content. They analyze the theological packaging, whilst ignoring the psychological reality that the packaging was attempting to preserve and transmit. In Psychology and Religion, Jung formulates this with characteristic precision. Religion is a careful and scrupulous observation of what Rudolf Otto aptly termed the numinosum. The definition is deliberately functional rather than metaphysical. It does not ask whether God exists in a philosophical sense. It asks whether the God image is a living reality in the human psyche, whether the symbols and rituals of religious tradition are in genuine contact with the archetypal depths they were designed to mediate. And Jung's answer is an unequivocal yes. The God image is one of the most powerful and consistent contents of the collective unconscious across all known cultures and historical periods. To explain it away as wish fulfillment is to explain away the phenomenon without accounting for its actual character, its autonomy, its capacity to overwhelm the ego precisely when the ego most wishes it would not. Wish fulfillment produces comfort. The numinous produces trembling. These are not the same thing. The Enlightenment critique of religion was both necessary and catastrophic. Necessary, because the modern individual cannot return to a pre-critical naivety. Myth has always been the language through which a culture speaks what it cannot otherwise say. Not the language of argument or analysis, but the language of image, narrative, and symbol, shaped over centuries by the collective imagination of entire peoples. Jung understood this with a precision that sets him apart from every other theorist of myth in the 20th century. Where the anthropologist saw ritual and the historian saw primitive cosmology, Jung saw the collective, unconscious speaking aloud. His interpretive method treats myths precisely as he treats dreams, applying the same amplification technique that reads individual dream images against the full background of symbolic tradition. A myth is not the dream of one person but the dream of a culture, condensed and refined through generations of retelling until it carries the full weight of the psyche's deepest structures. The images that recur across unconnected civilizations, the flood, the dying god, the world tree, the labyrinth, are not borrowed from one another. They arise independently because they arise from the same source, the collective unconscious, the inherited substrate of the human psyche that underlies all individual variation. This interpretive move was already present in Jung's first great act of intellectual independence. In Symbols of Transformation, published in 1912 and substantially revised in 1952, Jung broke decisively with Freud by refusing to read myth through the lens of the Oedipus complex. Freud had argued that mythological narratives were essentially disguised expressions of repressed sexual and familial tensions, the same material that surfaces in neurotic symptoms and individual dreams, only projected outward onto cosmic screens. Jung found this reading too narrow, too anchored in the personal, too blind to what the myths themselves were actually describing. The hero myth, he argued, is not a coded account of a son's desire for his mother. It is a symbolic description of the development of consciousness itself. That interpretive transformation is enormous in its implications. The hero is not a particular person with particular neuroses. The hero is the ego, the center of conscious awareness, struggling to differentiate itself from the vast, undifferentiated matrix of the unconscious. Every element of the narrative corresponds to a stage in this psychological development, and the correspondence is not imposed from outside, but read from the symbolic logic of the story itself. The hero's miraculous birth, often from a virgin or a divine union, represents the emergence of consciousness from the unconscious ground. Something new and luminous appears in the world, distinct from what preceded it. The call to adventure is the pressure of the individuation process, the demand that the developing psyche move beyond the safety of its origins and confront what lies ahead. The descent that follows, whether into the belly of the whale, the underworld, the labyrinth, or the dragon's cave, is the confrontation with the shadow and the deeper layers of the collective unconscious. And the monster that must be slain is not an external enemy. It is the devouring pull of unconsciousness itself, the regression toward the mother, toward dissolution, toward the comfortable darkness that preceded differentiation. The dragon guards a treasure, and the treasure is consciousness. The hero must risk annihilation to win it. The return with the gift completes the pattern. The hero does not keep what they have won. They bring it back. The boon, the elixir, the sacred object retrieved from the depths, enriches the entire community. Psychologically, this is the integration of unconscious contents into conscious life, the transformation of the raw material of the depths into something that serves human wholeness. Joseph Campbell, whose The Hero with 1,000 Faces in 1949 traced this monomyth across hundreds of world traditions, acknowledged his fundamental debt to Jung. The interpretive power of the Jungian reading is precisely what allowed Campbell to see a single structural pattern beneath the bewildering diversity of heroic narratives worldwide. What this means for the individual living in the modern world is where Jung's thinking becomes most urgent. A living myth is not merely a story one finds entertaining or culturally interesting. A living myth is a symbolic container through which the psyche can encounter its own depths safely. Jung's diagnosis of modernity is not a lament about secularization in the ordinary sense. He was not concerned with the decline of church attendance or the erosion of doctrinal belief. The crisis he identified was far more precise and far more psychologically devastating. What had happened in the modern West was not simply that people had stopped believing in God. It was that the symbols through which the psyche had historically encountered its own depths had ceased to produce a living response. They had become, in his terminology, dead symbols rather than living ones. And that distinction carries an enormous weight. A living symbol is one that still generates what Jung called numinosity, that quality of charged, overwhelming presence that Rudolf Otto had described as the encounter with the holy. When a medieval Christian knelt before the crucifix, the symbol did not merely represent a theological proposition. It opened a doorway into the deepest strata of the psyche, evoking the archetype of the dying and rising god, the coincidentia oppositorum of human and divine, the mystery of suffering transformed into redemption. The symbol worked because it was still alive to the unconscious, still capable of producing that trembling recognition, which is the hallmark of genuine archetypal encounter. When the same crucifix becomes a cultural artifact, a decorative object, a historical relic, something essential has been severed. The symbol still exists, but it no longer functions. It points to nothing the psyche can feel. In Psychology and Alchemy, Jung wrote that the symbols of the self arise in the depths of the body and express its materiality every bit as much as the structure of the perceiving consciousness. This formulation is philosophically crucial. The loss of living symbols is not merely a cultural impoverishment, not merely the loss of aesthetic richness or communal coherence. It is a somatic and psychological catastrophe. The psyche's relationship to its own depths has been interrupted. The channels through which unconscious energies were integrated into conscious life have silted up. And the unconscious, as Jung understood it, does not simply quieten when its symbols are ignored. It presses harder. It finds other outlets. This is where Jung's analysis moves from diagnosis to mechanism, and where it becomes genuinely disturbing in its implications. The archetypal energy that was previously channeled through religious symbols does not disappear when those symbols lose their numinosity. Energy of this kind cannot simply be dissolved by intellectual skepticism. It is displaced, redirected through whatever containers are available, and the containers that modernity offers are dramatically inadequate to the forces they are asked to hold. Nationalism, political ideology, celebrity, consumerism. Jung did not regard these as merely cultural phenomena. They are psychological ones. They are the misdirected flow of archetypal energy through vessels too small and too brittle to contain it. In The Undiscovered Self, Jung analyzed the totalitarian movements of the 20th century through precisely this lens. The Führer figure was not simply a political phenomenon. It was the distorted eruption of the wise old man archetype, the yearning for a figure of absolute wisdom and authority, finding expression through a catastrophically inadequate human vessel. The nation as mystical body was the great mother archetype, displaced onto a political collective, demanding the same absolute devotion that had once been given to the divine feminine. The ideology functioned as a surrogate religion, complete with its own sacred texts, its own heretics, its own rituals of mass participation. These movements were so virulent, Jung believed, precisely because they were carrying archetypal charge. The fervor was real. The numinosity was real. What was absent was the symbolic framework that might have directed that energy toward genuine psychological integration rather than collective destruction. The question this raises is what a genuine response to this crisis might look like. Jung's answer was neither a defense of traditional religion nor a simple endorsement of secular rationalism. He had no interest in calling people back to institutions whose symbols had already lost their living quality. Part 12. Alchemy. In 1928, the sinologist Richard Wilhelm sent Jung a manuscript. It was a Chinese alchemical text called The Secret of the Golden Flower, and Wilhelm wanted Jung to write a commentary on it. Jung read it, and something shifted. He described the experience in Memories, Dreams, Reflections as a sudden illumination, a shock of recognition so precise it bordered on the uncanny. The symbolic imagery of the text, the circulation of light through the body, the golden flower as an image of wholeness, the union of masculine and feminine principles, the return to an original unity, was almost identical to the imagery appearing spontaneously in the dreams and visions of his own patients. The Chinese alchemists had described, in their own idiom and across centuries of separation, the same inner process that Jung had been painstakingly mapping in his consulting room. What made this philosophically decisive was not merely the resemblance but the impossibility of any direct transmission. His patients had not read these texts. The Chinese alchemists had no knowledge of Swiss psychiatry. The convergence could not be explained by cultural borrowing or conscious influence. It had to mean something about the structure of the psyche itself. Jung had already developed the theory of the collective unconscious and its archetypes, but here was independent confirmation, arriving from an entirely different civilization, encoded in a completely different symbolic language, yet pointing unmistakably toward the same underlying patterns. The golden flower was another name for what Jung was calling the self. The circulation of light was another description of the process he was calling individuation. The text from China was not a curiosity. It was a mirror. This recognition sent Jung into the vast and largely neglected literature of Western alchemy with a new interpretive hypothesis. The academic consensus of his time treated alchemy as a failed proto-chemistry, an embarrassing precursor to the real science that eventually replaced it, a collection of confused and mystical nonsense produced by people who simply did not understand the nature of matter. Jung's reading was entirely and deliberately contrary to this. The alchemists were not primarily trying to transform lead into gold. They were, largely without knowing it, projecting the dynamics of their own unconscious psyches onto the substances they observed and manipulated in their laboratories. In psychology and alchemy, Jung formulated this with characteristic directness. The alchemist projected what he would call the process of individuation into the phenomena of chemical change. This is the concept of projection, applied not to an individual relationship, but to the history of an entire intellectual tradition. The alchemist who spent years watching substances dissolve and coagulate, blacken and whiten, putrefy and be reborn in new forms, was not merely conducting failed chemistry. He was encountering, in symbolic and projected form, the archetypes of the collective unconscious. The transformations he observed in his retort were real transformations, but they were transformations of psychic material that he had no other framework to describe. Because he lacked the concept of the unconscious, he could only speak of what was happening inside him by speaking of what seemed to be happening to the matter in front of him. The laboratory was, in this sense, an elaborate and sustained act of unconscious self-examination. The interpretive key that unlocks the entire alchemical corpus follows from this. The prima materia, the raw and chaotic substance from which the alchemical work begins, is the unconscious itself in its undifferentiated state, the raw material of the psyche before the work of integration has begun. The opus, the great work, is the individuation process, and the lapis philosophorum, the philosopher's stone, the culminating achievement of the entire enterprise, is the self. Once this mapping is established, the thousands of pages of obscure alchemical symbolism that had puzzled and repelled scholars for centuries become legible. The alchemists of the medieval and Renaissance periods believed they were transforming matter. They worked with sulfur and mercury, with lead and silver and gold, with furnaces and retorts, and the slow, patient labor of the laboratory. But what Jung recognized, working through centuries of alchemical texts with the same meticulous attention he brought to his patients' dreams, was that the alchemists were simultaneously describing something else entirely. The symbolic language they developed to account for the transformation of the prima materia into the lapis philosophorum, the philosopher's stone, was a language that mapped, with remarkable precision, the stages of the soul's own transformation. This is the central argument of psychology and alchemy, and the even more ambitious Mysterium Coniunctionis, his final and most demanding work, that the alchemical tradition preserved in symbolic form, a complete account of the individuation process. The alchemical work moves through three great stages, each associated with a color and a set of symbolic operations. The nigredo, the blackening, the albedo, the whitening, the rubedo, the reddening. These are not arbitrary divisions. Each stage corresponds to a specific psychological transformation, a specific encounter with the contents of the unconscious, and the alchemical imagery surrounding each stage provides a symbolic vocabulary for experiences that resist description in purely clinical terms. Jung did not claim the alchemists were psychologists in disguise. He claimed something more interesting, that the unconscious expresses itself through the same symbolic forms regardless of the century or the cultural context, and that the alchemists, projecting their own psychic processes onto their chemical materials, inadvertently created the most detailed symbolic map of the inner journey that Western culture has produced. The nigredo is where the work begins, and it is the most violent stage. The blackening, the putrefaction, the dissolution of the old form into something dark and undifferentiated. The alchemical texts are filled with images that Jung analyses at length in Psychology and Alchemy: the putrefying corpse, the black sun rising over a ruined landscape, the raven's head, the mortificatio, the ritual death of the king. These images are not decorative. They describe a genuine psychological event, the collapse of the ego's previous certainties, the dissolution of the persona, the confrontation with the shadow in its full and unmediated darkness. The nigredo is the alchemical equivalent of what the mystical tradition calls the dark night of the soul, and Jung insists on the same point the mystics insisted upon. This darkness is not a failure of the work. It is the necessary beginning of it. What makes the nigredo so significant in Jung's reading is precisely what made it so feared by the alchemists themselves. The putrefaction of the base material was experienced as a catastrophe, as the destruction of everything the work had so far achieved is less than #0, 5 is greater than. And yet the alchemical tradition was unanimous. Without the nigredo, there could be no subsequent transformation. The old king must die. The base material must rot. The ego must lose its grip on its own certainties before something genuinely new can emerge. This is the symbolic equivalent of Jung's insistence that the confrontation with the shadow is not a pathological crisis to be managed or suppressed, but the beginning of genuine psychological growth. The darkness is not the enemy of the work. It is the prima materia from which the work proceeds. The albedo follows the nigredo as dawn follows the deepest part of the night. The whitening, the purification, the emergence of the lunar stone. In the alchemical imagery, Jung traces through Mysterium Conjunctionis. The albedo is associated with the moon, with silver, with the feminine principle, with the appearance of the soror mystica, the mystical sister who accompanies the alchemist through the later stages of the work. Psychologically, this corresponds to the encounter with the contrasexual principle, the anima in the man, the animus in the woman. The albedo is the stage at which the opposites begin to be recognized and distinguished before they can be integrated. The darkness has been endured. Now, the first light of a genuinely transformed consciousness begins to appear. The rubedo is the culmination, the reddening, the final conjunction, the production of the lapis itself. Mysterium Conjunctionis, published in 1955 and 1956, was Jung's last great work, and, by his own account, the culmination of everything he had spent his life thinking about. In memories, dreams, reflections, he described it as the work in which everything that had occupied him during the past decades was assembled into a whole. That is a remarkable claim for a man who had written so prolifically and across such an extraordinary range of subjects, and it demands that we take the central symbol of that work with corresponding seriousness. The conjunctio is the alchemical image of union. In its most vivid pictorial form, it appears as a king and queen embracing in a vessel, or as the sun and moon merging, or as the red man and the white woman dissolving into one another in the alchemical bath. These images, which Jung collected and analyzed with extraordinary patience across hundreds of pages, are not, in his reading, fantasies of erotic union or primitive metaphors for chemical reaction. They are symbolic descriptions of the most fundamental psychological event that a human being can undergo: the creative union of ego and unconscious, of conscious and unconscious life, of the masculine and feminine principles within a single psyche that produces the self. This places the conjunctio at the apex of the individuation process. Every earlier stage of that process, the encounter with the shadow, the integration of the anima or animus, the gradual withdrawal of projections, and the deepening of self-knowledge, has been moving toward this. The coincidentia oppositorum, the coincidence of opposites that Jung identified as the defining structure of the self, finds its fullest symbolic expression here. The alchemical vessel is the psyche itself, and what is being transformed within it is the entire economy of the inner life. What makes the conjunctio philosophically significant, beyond its role as a culminating symbol, is the precise nature of the transformation it describes. The union of king and queen does not produce a king who has absorbed the queen, nor a queen who has absorbed the king. It produces something the alchemists called the filius philosophorum, the philosophical child, or the lapis, the philosopher's stone. This new being is both and neither. It carries the qualities of both original principles without being reducible to either, and it represents a genuinely novel reality that was not present in either of the originals before their union. Jung saw this as the symbolic analogue of what he had called the transcendent function. The self that emerges from the creative encounter between ego and unconscious is not a compromise, not a midpoint, not a blending of two colors into a muddy third. It is a genuinely new configuration of the personality, a new center of gravity that transcends both the ego and the unconscious, whilst incorporating the energies of each. The alchemical child, in Jung's analysis, in Mysterium Conjunctionis, is the symbol of the individuated personality, precisely because it names this irreducibly creative outcome. The whole is genuinely greater than the sum of its parts, and that surplus is the self. This insistence on genuine novelty matters philosophically. It means that individuation cannot be understood as a process of simple integration, as though the task were merely to collect scattered contents and return them to a pre-existing container. The process produces something that did not exist before. The person who has undergone the conjunctio is not the same person who began the journey, reassembled, and tidied. They are a new being in a philosophically meaningful sense, one whose center of identity has shifted from the ego to the self, and who therefore relates to both inner and outer life from a fundamentally different ground. Jung's engagement with alchemy also represents his most explicit encounter with the Western esoteric tradition. By recovering and interpreting the alchemical legacy, Jung was insisting that the West had always possessed a psychology of depth and transformation. The alchemists were not failed chemists. They were, in his phrase from Psychology and Alchemy, the heretics of Western culture, the keepers of a flame that orthodox religion and rational philosophy could not contain. Part 13. Synchronicity. There is a moment Jung describes in his 1952 essay, Synchronicity, and a causal connecting principle that has become perhaps the most discussed anecdote in all of analytical psychology. A patient had come to him in a state of considerable psychological resistance. She was intelligent, highly rational, and possessed of what Jung characterized as an excessively Cartesian attitude, a tendency to meet every interpretation with another layer of intellectual analysis, deflecting the emotional reality of her situation behind a wall of perfectly constructed argument. Progress in her therapy had stalled. Then she described a dream. In it, she had been given a golden scarab beetle and the solar journey of the soul. As she recounted this dream, a faint tapping came from the consulting room window. Jung turned, caught the insect that had been knocking against the glass, and held it out to her. It was a rose chafer, the nearest equivalent in the Swiss climate to a scarab, its gold-green wing cases gleaming in the light. He said simply, "Here is your scarab." The effect was immediate and profound. The woman's resistance collapsed. Something had broken through that no amount of rational interpretation had been able to reach. The coincidence, arriving at precisely that moment, carried a weight that bypassed her defenses entirely and opened her to the therapeutic process in a new way. Jung regarded this incident as paradigmatic. It captures, in miniature, the three defining features he identified across years of clinical observation and personal experience. The events were causally unconnected. No physical mechanism linked the woman's dream to the appearance of the beetle at that specific window, at that specific moment. They were meaningfully connected. The correspondence between the dream symbol and the living insect was not arbitrary but resonant, charged with the same symbolic content. And the encounter was transformative. It did not merely interest or amuse, but shifted something fundamental in the patient's psychological orientation. These three features, causal unconnectedness, meaningful connection, and transformative impact, constitute the phenomenological signature of what Jung called synchronicity. The conventional response to such experiences is well established, and Jung takes it seriously rather than dismissing it. The standard explanation invokes selective attention and confirmation bias. We are pattern-seeking creatures who notice the coincidences that seem significant and quietly forget the vastly greater number that do not. Over a lifetime of experience, the memorable cases accumulate into what feels like evidence for something extraordinary, whilst the unremarkable majority dissolve without trace. This is a genuine and important objection, and Jung does not pretend otherwise, but he finds it insufficient on two distinct grounds. The first concerns the quality of the experience itself. The sense of meaning that accompanies synchronistic events is frequently overwhelming in its intensity. Numinous, in the precise sense he had borrowed from Rudolf Otto, it carries the character of something encountered rather than constructed, something that arrives from outside the ordinary frame of subjective experience. This quality is difficult to account for through selective attention alone, which would predict a more diffuse and graduated range of responses rather than the concentrated, often life-altering impact these events reliably produce. The second ground concerns pattern rather than individual incident. Jung observed throughout his clinical work that synchronistic events cluster with particular frequency at moments of psychological crisis, at major life transitions, and most significantly at those junctures in the individuation process when the self is most actively pressing toward consciousness. This clustering is not random. It strains the coincidence explanation to breaking point. Because if these events were simply the product of selective attention, there would be no reason to expect them to concentrate precisely at the moments of greatest psychological intensity. Yet they do, with a consistency that Jung found impossible to attribute to chance alone. This observation pushes toward the most philosophically precise and ambitious aspect of Jung's proposal. He is not arguing for supernatural causation. In the history of depth psychology, No intellectual partnership proved more philosophically consequential than the one that formed between Carl Jung and the physicist Wolfgang Pauli. Pauli was not a peripheral figure in the history of science. He had formulated the exclusion principle, the quantum mechanical rule governing the behavior of electrons, work for which he received the Nobel Prize in 1945. He was one of the architects of quantum mechanics, a colleague of Heisenberg and Bohr, a mind of extraordinary rigor and precision. When Pauli arrived as Jung's patient in 1930, suffering from a personal crisis of some depth, what began as a therapeutic relationship gradually became something rarer, a genuine meeting of two great intellects across the divide between natural science and depth psychology. Their correspondence, which continued for decades, explored the most fundamental questions about the relationship between mind and matter, inner and outer, psyche and world. Their joint publication of 1952, The Interpretation of Nature and the Psyche, brought together Jung's essay on synchronicity and Pauli's essay on the influence of archetypal ideas on Kepler's scientific theories. The volume was, in its ambition, a declaration that the boundary between physics and psychology had become philosophically untenable. Pauli himself stated that he found in Jung's psychology the complementary counterpart to the physical description of nature. That phrase deserves to be held carefully. Pauli was not offering polite endorsement. He was saying that the unconscious, as Jung had mapped it, represented the other half of a description of reality that physics alone could not complete. What gave Pauli's endorsement its philosophical weight was precisely what quantum mechanics had already done to the classical picture of the world. The physics of Newton and Descartes had rested on a clean and reassuring separation. Matter existed independently of mind. The observer stood apart from the observed. Causality ran in one direction, from prior states to subsequent ones, in a chain that was in principle fully determinable. That picture had given Western science its extraordinary power, but it had also entrenched a metaphysical assumption that ran deeper than any particular theory. The assumption that the world of objects and the world of subjects were fundamentally distinct. Quantum mechanics had shattered that assumption from within the natural sciences themselves. In the quantum world, observation is not a neutral act. The act of measurement participates in determining the state of what is measured. Particles can be entangled across vast distances, correlated in ways that have no causal mechanism connecting them, no signal passing between them, no physical intermediary of any kind. Pauli recognized that the sharp Cartesian separation of subject and object had become philosophically untenable in the light of these discoveries. The boundary that classical physics had treated as self-evident was revealed to be a conceptual convenience rather than a feature of reality itself. This recognition did not make Jung's claims about synchronicity scientifically validated. Jung never argued that quantum entanglement explained meaningful coincidence, but it did mean that the philosophical space within which those claims could be taken seriously had been opened from an unexpected direction. If physics itself had found the subject-object boundary to be porous, then the suggestion that psyche and world might occasionally interpenetrate in ways that defied simple causal description was no longer the outrage against reason it might once have seemed. The concept that Jung reached for, in order to ground this interpenetration philosophically, was the unus mundus, the one world. The hypothesis is precise in its intent. Psyche and matter, on this account, are not two independent substances that occasionally and mysteriously influence one another. They are aspects of a single underlying reality, a common ground from which both consciousness and the physical world emerge, and in which, at the deepest level, they remain one. Synchronicity, understood through the unus mundus, is not a violation of natural law. It is a glimpse of a deeper unity that ordinarily remains hidden beneath the apparent separation of inner and outer. At the moment of a meaningful coincidence, the unus mundus briefly becomes visible. There is a claim buried within Jung's concept of synchronicity that most readers pass over too quickly, and it is perhaps the most philosophically radical claim he ever made. It is not simply that strange coincidences happen, or that the human mind is prone to finding patterns where none exist. The claim is far more unsettling than that. If synchronistic events are real, if there exist moments when inner psychic states and outer physical events converge in ways that are connected not by cause but by meaning, then meaning itself is not merely a human invention. It is a feature of reality. This is a direct assault on the worldview that has dominated Western thought since the scientific revolution. The materialist picture of the universe is one of vast, indifferent mechanism, particles in motion, governed by causal laws, producing a cosmos that is entirely without purpose or significance until a conscious mind arrives and projects meaning onto it from the outside. On this view, meaning is always and only subjective. It is something we bring to experience, not something we find there. Jung's synchronicity hypothesis refuses this picture entirely. Jung wrote in his 1952 essay that synchronicity is no more baffling or mysterious than the discontinuities of physics, and that it is only the ingrained belief in the sovereign power of causality that creates intellectual difficulties. The difficulties are real, he acknowledged, but they are difficulties of assumption, not of evidence. We have been so thoroughly trained to think in causal terms that we cannot easily conceive of a different kind of connection between events. But the evidence, Jung insisted, demands that we try. The philosophical weight of this becomes clearer when it is set against the full architecture of his thought. Throughout the earlier stages of his project, Jung was careful to locate meaning within the psyche. The archetypes are structures of the collective unconscious. The individuation process is an inner journey. The self is the central organizing principle of the psychic totality. Even his reinterpretation of alchemy and religion, ambitious as it was, remained a claim about the symbolic expressions of inner psychological realities. Synchronicity breaks through that boundary. It proposes that the same principle of meaningful order that structures the depths of the psyche also, under certain conditions, structures the external world. The inner and the outer are not sealed off from one another. They participate in a common ground. Jung observed that synchronistic events cluster most densely at moments of psychological crisis and transformation, particularly during those phases of the individuation process when the self is most powerfully constellated. This is not incidental. His hypothesis is that the movement toward wholeness, the deepening confrontation with the unconscious that individuation demands, somehow resonates with the fabric of the external world, producing meaningful coincidences that confirm, challenge, or orient the inner development. The universe, it seems, is not indifferent to the soul's journey. When the psyche is in a state of heightened activation, when the pressure of the self is most acutely felt, the boundary between inner and outer becomes strangely permeable. This is a claim of extraordinary philosophical audacity, and Jung knew it. It shatters the Cartesian partition between mind and world that modern thought has treated as self-evident. What synchronicity ultimately reveals is the shape of Jung's entire philosophical project. He began with the claim that the unconscious is real and structured, that beneath the personal layer of repressed memories and forgotten experiences, there lies a collective depth shared by all of humanity, populated by archetypes that are the inherited grammar of the human soul. He traced the architecture of the psyche through the shadow, the anima and animus, and the self as the transcendent center and totality of the whole. He described individuation as the central telos of human existence, the lifelong and never fully completed work of integrating what has been unconscious and becoming as fully as possible, what one most deeply is. Part 14. The Problem of Evil. There are works a philosopher writes, and works a philosopher is compelled to write. Answer to Job, published in 1952 when Jung was 76 years old, belongs unmistakably to the second category. Jung described the writing of it in memories, dreams, reflections, as occurring in a state of great inner tension, a fever of composition in which he barely revised, allowing the full force of his emotional response to come through unmediated. He wrote it quickly, almost urgently, as though the argument had been building pressure for decades and finally demanded release. The result is unlike anything else in the Jungian corpus: raw, polemical, at times deliberately provocative, and shot through with a personal urgency that his more systematic works deliberately suppress. This emotional intensity is not a flaw in the work. It is the work's central philosophical claim made visible. Jung is not approaching the problem of evil as an abstract theological puzzle to be resolved from a safe analytical distance. He is approaching it as a lived crisis, a problem with immediate moral urgency, because it concerns the nature of the reality in which he and his patients are actually living. The 20th century had furnished him with ample evidence that evil was not a theoretical problem. The catastrophes of 2 world wars, the industrialized horror of the Holocaust, the psychological devastation he had witnessed across decades of clinical practice, these were not occasions for scholastic disputation. They were occasions for moral reckoning. And the reckoning, Jung believed, had to begin with the inadequacy of the answers Western civilization had inherited. The specific target of his critique is the privatio boni, the doctrine originating with Augustine and subsequently endorsed by Aquinas that evil has no positive existence of its own, but is merely the absence or privation of good. On this view, evil is not a thing but a lack. The way darkness is not a substance, but simply the absence of light. Augustine developed the doctrine in response to the Manichaean dualism he had once embraced, insisting that God, as the source of all being, could not be the author of evil, and that evil therefore had to be understood as a falling away from being, rather than a positive force in its own right. It became the orthodox Christian answer to the problem of evil, and it remained philosophically dominant for more than a millennium. Jung's critique is precise and devastating. If evil has no positive existence, it cannot be genuinely confronted, integrated, or taken seriously as a reality. The privatio boni does not solve the problem of evil. It dissolves it, and in dissolving it, leaves the psyche defenseless against its actual force. Jung identifies the doctrine as the theological equivalent of the psychological defense mechanism of denial. The shadow, as we have seen, does not cease to exist because the ego refuses to acknowledge it. Denied, it accumulates power in the unconscious and eventually erupts with consequences disproportionate to anything the conscious personality could have anticipated. The privatio boni performs the same operation at the collective level. By insisting that evil is merely an absence, it prevents the culture from developing the moral and psychological resources necessary to confront evil as a genuine and potent reality. The consequences, Jung argues, are visible in history. A civilization that has spent centuries assuring itself that evil has no positive existence is precisely the civilization that proves capable of the most extraordinary positive evil. The Book of Job is where Jung makes this argument most directly and most controversially. His reading of Job in Answer to Job is not an exercise in literary interpretation. It is a philosophical claim about the nature of the divine as Western civilization has actually experienced it. Job, Jung argues, is morally superior to God in the text. This is the claim that made the work so scandalous to many of its first readers, and, it is worth following his reasoning carefully. In the opening chapters of Job, God and Satan make a wager. God draws Satan's attention to Job's righteousness. Satan suggests that Job's piety is merely the product of his prosperity, that if his blessings were removed, he would curse God to his face. God accepts the wager and permits Satan to strip Job of everything: his wealth, his children, his health. Jung's reading of the Book of Job, set out in his 1952 work, Answer to Job, is among the most audacious things he ever wrote. It is not a commentary on theodicy. It is not an attempt to explain how a good God could permit suffering. It is a psychological diagnosis of the divine, and its central claim is this: Yahweh, as he appears in the Book of Job, is morally unconscious. The evidence Jung draws on is the text itself. God permits Satan to destroy Job's family, his health, and his prosperity, not because Job has sinned, but in order to settle a wager. The being who does this is not omniscient in any morally meaningful sense. An omniscient being would already know the outcome. An omnipotent being would have no need to prove anything. What the Book of Job actually depicts is a being of staggering power who is nonetheless capable of doubt, of vanity, of cruelty, and of being manipulated by an adversary. Jung's formulation is precise. Yahweh is not split, but is an antinomy, a totality of inner opposites. Side. The light and the dark, the creative and the destructive, the loving and the wrathful, all coexist within this divine figure, without resolution, because the consciousness required to hold them in tension has not yet developed. What makes Job significant in this reading is not his suffering but his moral clarity. Job refuses to accept that he has deserved what has happened to him. He insists on his own integrity in the face of divine injustice, and in doing so he demonstrates a level of moral consciousness that his tormentor, at that moment, does not possess. The Book of Job, read through this lens, is not a theodicy at all. It is the story of a human being who, through the sheer force of moral honesty, confronts the divine with the consequences of its own unconsciousness. Job holds up a mirror, and what looks back is not the face of perfect justice. The incarnation, in Jung's reading, is God's response to that mirror. The encounter with Job's moral integrity creates a pressure within the divine nature that demands resolution, and the resolution takes the form of the Christ event. Jung's formulation in Answer to Job is theologically explosive. The encounter with the creature changes the creator. The divine enters human experience in Christ precisely in order to develop the moral consciousness that the encounter with Job revealed was lacking. This is not the Orthodox account of the Incarnation. Orthodox Christianity understands the Incarnation as a redemptive event, the Son taking on human flesh in order to atone for human sin and reconcile humanity to God. Jung's reading inverts the direction of the debt. It is not humanity that owes something to God. It is God who owes something to humanity, and the Incarnation is the payment. The psychological implications are profound. If Christ represents the divine becoming conscious of itself through the medium of human experience, then the Incarnation is not primarily about salvation in the traditional sense. It is about development. God becomes human not to rescue humanity from its fallen condition, but to acquire, through the vulnerability and suffering of human existence, the moral depth that divine omnipotence alone could never generate. Power without consciousness produces the god of the whirlwind. Consciousness earned through suffering produces something closer to love. Yet this developmental reading of the Incarnation immediately discloses a limitation. And it is here that Answer to Job and Aeon, published together in 1951, and 1952 must be read as a single argument. The Christ symbol represents a genuine advance in the development of the God image, the union of human and divine, the willingness to suffer, the emphasis on love and moral consciousness. All of this marks a profound deepening of the divine nature as it has been imagined in Western religious history. But the Christ symbol is entirely light. It is entirely good. The shadow has been expelled. Jung's formulation in Aeon is unsparing. The Christ symbol lacks wholeness in the modern psychological sense, since it does not include the dark side of things. The dark side of the divine reality has not been integrated. It has been split off and assigned to Satan, the adversary, who stands as the cosmic counterpart to Christ's perfection. This produces a theological dualism that mirrors, at the level of religious doctrine, precisely the same dynamic Jung diagnoses at the level of individual psychology. Shadow denial does not eliminate the shadow. In 1950, Pope Pius XII declared the dogma of the Assumption of the Virgin Mary, the official teaching that Mary was taken bodily into heaven at the end of her earthly life. Most secular observers dismissed it as medieval archaism, a theological curiosity with little bearing on the modern world. Jung's response was entirely different. He called it, in answer to Job, the most important religious event since the Reformation. To understand why requires holding together everything that has come before in his thought: the incompleteness of the Christian God image, the suppression of the feminine, the long cultural dissociation from body, nature, feeling, and darkness. The Assumption, for Jung, was not a retreat into superstition. It was a symbolic event of the first order, the first official recognition within Western Christianity that the feminine principle belongs within the divine reality itself. The traditional Christian Trinity presents Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. These are, in their symbolic logic, masculine in character, transcendent power, divine reason made flesh, and the breath or fire of spiritual transformation. What is absent is the fourth element. Jung's analysis of the self, developed across decades of clinical and alchemical research, consistently pointed toward the quaternity as the complete symbol of wholeness. Four elements arranged in two pairs of opposites, held in dynamic tension around a central point. The Trinity is a triad, and a triad, however luminous, is incomplete. It excludes the earthly, the bodily, the feminine, the dark. It excludes precisely what has been systematically devalued in Western culture's long inheritance from Platonism and Augustinian theology. Matter as inferior to spirit, woman as inferior to man, feeling as inferior to reason, the irrational as inferior to the rational. This is not merely a theological abstraction. Jung's argument is that the God image functions psychologically as the supreme symbol of the self, the central organizing principle of the whole psyche. When that image is one-sided, the culture built upon it becomes one-sided. The suppression of the feminine in the divine sphere mirrors and reinforces the suppression of the feminine in human consciousness, in individual psychology, in social organization, in the relationship to nature. The Assumption begins to correct this. By drawing Mary bodily into heaven, the dogma introduces the feminine, the earthly, the maternal, into the very heart of the divine quaternity. The fourfold wholeness that the self demands begins, symbolically and theologically, to be restored. What makes Jung's reading philosophically serious, rather than merely speculative, is its internal coherence with his entire account of evil and wholeness. The God of the Old Testament, as he analyses in Answer to Job, contains within himself a terrifying darkness, a capacity for destruction and moral ambiguity that Christian theology progressively suppressed through the doctrine of privatio boni, the idea that evil is simply the absence of good. Jung rejected this consistently. Evil is not an absence. It is a presence, a real and active pole of psychic reality, and a God image that excludes evil, that presents only luminous goodness, is as incomplete as one that excludes the feminine. The wholeness of the divine image, the true coincidentia oppositorum that the self represents, must hold both light and dark, both masculine and feminine, both spirit and matter in creative tension. The assumption is one step in this direction. It does not complete the transformation, but it marks the beginning of a symbolic movement whose implications are vast. The deepest level of Jung's religious philosophy brings the wholeness of God and the wholeness of the human psyche into a single vision. Individuation, the lifelong process of integrating shadow, anima, or animus, and self, is not merely a personal therapeutic journey. It is the human participation in a cosmic process of becoming whole. The psyche does not merely reflect the divine. It is the place where the divine becomes conscious of itself. This is the audacious claim at the heart of Answer to Job, that God needs humanity, that the divine process of self-realization requires the human encounter with suffering, darkness, and moral complexity. Evil is not an anomaly to be explained away. Part 15. The Whole Vision. There is a temptation to read the late Jung as a thinker who lost his footing, who drifted from the solid ground of clinical psychology into the hazier territories of mysticism and metaphysical speculation. That reading is almost entirely wrong. What the late Jung represents is not a departure from his project, but its logical culmination, the point at which a lifetime of rigorous inner exploration finally demanded conclusions that conventional psychology had no framework to contain. Jung himself gave the clearest name to what he was doing. He called it empirical metaphysics, and the phrase deserves to be taken seriously. In Memories, Dreams, Reflections, he wrote that the only experiment that matters is the one you conduct on yourself. This is not a retreat from rigor. It is a particular methodological commitment, one that treats the full range of psychic experience as data and insists that any philosophy of mind worthy of the name must account for what that data actually reveals. Applied with increasing precision over 6 decades of inner and clinical work, this method led Jung to conclusions that crossed the boundary between psychology and metaphysics. His critics are correct that he crossed it. The question they rarely ask is whether that boundary is itself philosophically defensible, or whether it is simply a convention that modern thought inherited and never properly examined. The first crossing had already occurred with the concept of the collective unconscious. Once Jung established that the deepest strata of the psyche are not personal but shared, not acquired through individual experience but inherited as the common grammar of the human soul, the boundary between my psyche and the psyche became philosophically unstable. If the archetypes are not mine but ours, if the self that orients my individuation is the same structural principle orienting every human life, then the enclosure of the psyche within the individual skull is already a fiction. Synchronicity pressed this further still. If psychic events and physical events can correspond in ways that no causal mechanism explains, if the inner and outer worlds can rhyme without either one causing the other, then the boundary between psyche and matter is equally questionable. These were not speculative leaps. They were the accumulating pressure of evidence that Jung had been gathering throughout his career. Evidence that the conventional map of reality, with its clean division between subjective mind and objective world, simply could not accommodate. The unus mundus is where that pressure finally resolves. In Mysterium Coniunctionis, his last great work, Jung described it as the potential world outside time, the eternal ground of all empirical being. The phrase sounds mystical until one understands its precise philosophical function. The unus mundus is the hypothesis that becomes necessary once you accept both the collective unconscious and synchronicity. If psyche and matter are neither identical nor causally interactive, yet somehow deeply correspondent, then the most economical explanation is that they are two aspects of a single underlying reality, a reality that is itself neither purely mental nor purely physical, but prior to both. This is not a flight from empiricism. It is the conclusion that empiricism demands when the evidence is taken seriously and followed wherever it leads. Jung was explicit that this conclusion placed him within a long tradition of Western thought, and the connections he drew were precise rather than decorative. The Neoplatonic one of Plotinus, from which both mind and world emanate as expressions of a unity that exceeds both, is the most ancient version of the idea. Leibniz's pre-established harmony, the synchronization of mental and physical realms, without any direct causal interaction between them, is a later formulation of the same structural insight. Schopenhauer's will, the blind striving ground that underlies both conscious experience and the natural world, is another approach to the same territory. And the implications of quantum mechanics, which Jung explored in sustained dialogue with the physicist Wolfgang Pauli, suggested that even the most rigorous contemporary science was converging on a picture of reality in which the sharp boundary between observer and observed, between psyche and matter, could no longer be maintained. What Jung was articulating, in the language he had available, was a form of dual-aspect monism. Reality is one. The unus mundus is not merely a speculative metaphysical proposition. It carries moral weight, and that weight is considerable. If the human psyche genuinely participates in a reality that is ultimately one, if matter and mind, inner and outer, self and world are aspects of a single underlying ground, then the stakes of the individuation process extend far beyond the individual life. The person who undertakes that process is not simply tending to their own psychological health or improving the quality of their private relationships. They are participating, at the most intimate level, in the self-awareness of the whole. Jung articulated this with characteristic precision in The Undiscovered Self, where he wrote that the individual is the only reality and that the further we move away from the individual towards abstract ideas about Homo sapiens, the more likely we are to fall into error. This is a striking claim, and it is easily misread. Jung was not counseling individualism in the ordinary sense, not the retreat into private interest or the dismissal of collective life. He was making a far deeper point, that the individual matters not because they stand apart from the whole, but because they are the precise point at which the whole becomes conscious of itself. The collective cannot become aware through abstraction. Consciousness does not arise in statistical aggregates or ideological categories. It arises in the particular human being, in this person, in this life, in this act of honest self-examination. To dismiss the individual in favor of the mass is not generosity. It is, for Jung, a form of evasion that ultimately serves no one. The ethical consequence that follows from this is demanding in a way that most ethical systems are not. The person who refuses individuation, who declines the difficult work of confronting their shadow and integrating the unconscious dimensions of their psyche, does not merely harm themselves. They add to the collective darkness. They increase the sum of unconscious projection in the world, the tendency to locate in others what one refuses to acknowledge in oneself. And it is precisely this dynamic, Jung argued, that erupts at the collective level as violence, fanaticism, and destruction. The mob does not think. It projects. The ideological movement that identifies an enemy and pursues them with absolute conviction is, in psychological terms, a collective shadow enactment, the disowned contents of countless individual psyches finding expression through a shared object of hatred. Conversely, the person who undertakes the individuation process contributes something genuinely positive to the larger whole. Not through political performance or the conspicuous display of social virtue, but through something quieter and more fundamental, the quality of their presence, the authenticity of their relationships, and the degree to which they have ceased to project their own darkness onto others. Jung observed in The Undiscovered Self that the individual who is not anchored in God, and here he meant something like the deep ground of the self, can offer no resistance on their own resources to the physical and moral blandishments of the world. Without that inner anchorage, the individual is simply carried along by the collective current, agreeing with whatever the prevailing wind demands, becoming an instrument of forces they neither understand nor govern. The most important thing a human being can do for the world, on Jung's account, this is his most demanding ethical claim, and in many respects his most radical. The ethics of individuation is not, however, a counsel of withdrawal. The individuated person does not disengage from the world. They engage with it from a different center. Where the unexamined ego approaches the world from a place of anxious need, seeking approval, defending its self-image, and projecting its fears onto convenient targets, the person who has done serious inner work brings something different to their encounters. They are capable of genuine relationship precisely because they are no longer unconsciously recruiting others to play roles in their private psychological drama. They are capable of genuine creativity because they are drawing from a deeper source than ego ambition or social conformity. Every serious philosophical vision carries within it the seeds of its own most searching questions. Jung's is no exception. And the most fundamental of those questions concerns the empirical status of the collective unconscious itself. The claim that archetypal patterns are inherited, that they are transmitted across generations as a kind of psychic substrate encoded in the biological structure of the human organism, has never been given a fully satisfying mechanistic account. The alternative explanation is not trivial. That universal symbolic patterns reflect universal features of human experience and neural architecture, rather than any Lamarckian inheritance of acquired characteristics. Human beings everywhere are born helpless and dependent. They all have mothers and fathers. They all face darkness, death, the overwhelming power of nature, the mystery of their own inner life. On this account, the universality of certain symbols and narrative patterns need not imply a collective unconscious in Jung's strong ontological sense. It may simply reflect the fact that the same kinds of creatures, living under broadly similar conditions, tend to generate broadly similar imaginative responses. Contemporary neuroscience and evolutionary psychology have taken this line seriously. Researchers working in the tradition of evolutionary psychology have documented the universality of certain emotional responses, social structures, and symbolic preoccupations across cultures in ways that lend genuine empirical support to the idea that the human mind comes equipped with deep structural tendencies. But this literature tends to explain those tendencies through natural selection operating on neural architecture, not through the inheritance of psychic contents. The support it offers Jung is partial and complicated. It confirms the universality he observed whilst offering a different account of its origin. This is a genuine scientific difficulty, and it matters philosophically because the entire edifice of Jung's thought rests on the claim that the collective unconscious is real in a strong sense. If the archetypal patterns are better understood as emergent properties of a shared biology meeting a shared world, rather than as inherited psychic structures, then the metaphysical weight Jung placed upon them requires revision. The self, the individuation process, the quasi-divine status of certain inner experiences, all of these are shaped by the assumption that what the psyche encounters in its depths is something genuinely other, something not reducible to the individual's personal history or the contingencies of their culture. And yet, acknowledging this difficulty does not dissolve the phenomenon it was proposed to explain. The clinical evidence that Jung accumulated across decades of practice, the comparative mythological evidence that showed the same motifs surfacing independently across cultures with no historical contact, the phenomenological evidence of direct inner experience in which individuals encounter figures and forces that feel unmistakably autonomous. All of this remains. The explanation may require revision. The reality requiring explanation does not disappear. There is a second limitation that has received sustained and largely justified critique. Jung's specific characterizations of the masculine and feminine principles reflect, in places, the gender assumptions of his time and culture. His tendency to treat certain qualities as essentially feminine or essentially masculine, his account of the Animus in particular, which he described as operating in women through rigid, opinionated, and often destructive judgment, whilst the Anima in men was characterized by relatedness and feeling, has been subjected to serious feminist critique. The asymmetry is not accidental. It reflects assumptions about gender that were deeply embedded in Jung's social world and that he did not sufficiently interrogate. The post-Jungian tradition has done substantial work here. James Hillman's Revisioning Psychology, published in 1975, began the project of releasing Jung's core insights from their culturally specific clothing by shifting the emphasis from the self as a unified center toward a more pluralistic understanding of the psyche's many voices and figures. Part 16. Conclusion. Jung's entire philosophical architecture rests on a single, unwavering conviction that the human being is vastly more than the conscious ego believes itself to be. Beneath the thin surface of the one that thinks and plans and worries lies an ocean of psychic life, structured, purposive, and ancient, that has been shaping human experience since the beginning of the species. Every concept explored across this journey is an expression of that conviction. The personal unconscious and its complexes show how the individual's unacknowledged history accumulates into autonomous forces that redirect thought and feeling from below. The collective unconscious reveals that beneath even that personal layer lies something older, something inherited, a grammar of the soul shared across all of humanity. The shadow is the dark twin that must be met honestly before any real growth becomes possible. The Anima and Animus are the soul figures that bridge the personal and the collective, drawing the individual beyond the boundaries of the known self toward a deeper encounter with what has been excluded. The individuation process is the lifelong journey that all of this makes possible, and the self is both its goal and its guide. These are not separate ideas arranged into a convenient system. They are a single, coherent account of what it means to be a human being, layered, contradictory, ancient, and capable of a wholeness that the ego alone could never achieve or even conceive. Xiaoyu Jinghao, Lin, Wu, Jinghao Dayu. The key that unlocks this entire vision is what Jung called the coincidentia oppositorum, the union of opposites. Every major concept in his philosophy is an expression of the same fundamental insight, that reality, at its deepest level, is not the victory of one principle over its opposite, but the creative union of both. Light and dark, conscious and unconscious, masculine and feminine, human and divine, psyche and matter. These are not irreconcilable contradictions, but complementary aspects of a single, more comprehensive reality. The ego instinctively resists this. It wants clarity, definition, the comfort of knowing which side it is on. But the psyche, Jung insisted, operates by a different logic entirely, one in which every one-sidedness generates its own correction, and in which the tension between opposites, held long enough and honestly enough, produces something neither pole could have produced alone. The self is the psychological symbol of this reality. The unus mundus is its metaphysical ground, the underlying unity in which psyche and matter are not yet divided. And the individuation process is the human being's participation in the ongoing realization of that unity within the particular, irreplaceable circumstances of a single life. Jung wrote in Memories, Dreams, Reflections that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. That sentence, properly understood, contains the entire philosophy. It is not an invitation to self-indulgence or to the uncritical expression of whatever one happens to feel. It is an invitation to the most demanding work a human being can undertake, the work of meeting oneself fully, including the parts that shame and frighten, and integrating them into something that can honestly be called a whole person. Jung's enduring philosophical legacy lies in what he gave the 20th century and continues to give the 21st, a rigorous, evidence-based, philosophically sophisticated account of the inner life that takes seriously both its darkness and its depth, both its personal dimension and its transpersonal one, both its psychological reality and its spiritual significance. His influence extends across theology, literary criticism, cultural studies, philosophy of religion, and the arts, precisely because his concepts are genuinely generative. They illuminate wherever the question of meaning, symbol, and the depths of human experience arises. He demonstrated, with extraordinary range and persistence, that the great symbolic traditions of humanity, myth, religion, alchemy, and dream are not primitive superstitions to be discarded by a mature scientific culture. They are living expressions of the psyche's own self-knowledge. Their loss does not liberate us. It impoverishes us at the deepest level, leaving the unconscious to operate without any of the symbolic containers that once gave its energies form and direction. That impoverishment is precisely the modern crisis Jung diagnosed.